We're good. We're good. Okay. Holy moly. So I'm going to cut all that out at the beginning because that was awful. um, yeah, I'm going to post some clips from yesterday's stream today so that people can still see it, but it's taking like a million years to re-upload. I cut the part out that I wasn't supposed to have in, that I accidentally put in, and it still won't upload. Oh wait, hold on. One more thing. New source image. Yes, sir. But can't not have that. We're gonna lock that right there. There we go. Welcome to SPTV, everybody. I had to change. My streaming software wasn't working for the first time in a long time, which is weird. There's some server issues, but thankfully I have like 4, so we'll never be out of that. Actually, the video quality here is a little. It should be fine. I'm not really too worried about it. Okay. Turn this off. Yeah, I literally just had to scramble. It was like 4 o'clock, and my streaming thing just literally, my streaming thing just did not work. So, we're back, and we're doing okay. All right. Is the mic wireless? The mic is definitely not wireless. I have a fat cable running from that into my monitor. It's a small Focusrite Scarlett Solo. It's a very basic one we got there. It's very cheap. I wonder how many of us are OSA today, honestly. After yesterday, oh, they're probably like, you got copyright claimed. I'm like, yeah. Not because of you. And I have the whole video, so I can still re-upload it. But I'm gonna take the best clips. I think the clips where I talk about, I don't know how many of y'all were here yesterday, but there were some clips. The clip where I watched my parents talk about how they got together, that was insane. I gotta re-upload that one. I think I might also upload that's the one that comes to mind, but I'll scrub through it. There's 4 hours to scrub through, so is that a claymore I see in the background? No, it is a more of a broadsword. It's a practice. It's just a polypropylene practice sword. Still it's got some weight to it, but it's from Honshu. Shout out to Honshu. This is my second stream in a row where I'm talking about my sword. This is my like my safety blanket. It's like a fidget toy. Y'all should get one. They should sponsor me. Honshu, if you want to sponsor me, I'm your man. There's no reason to. I don't think we're in the same thing, but who else is advertising your stuff, man? Send me a bunch of swords. Did you ever witness physical abuse in Scientology? I was not in the Sea Org, which is where a lot of physical abuse happens. I've seen a lot of verbal abuse, a lot of emotional abuse with my own eyes. I've had a lot of secondhand accounts of people getting their asses beat, but I'm a little too big to beat up. So, and if I saw anybody hitting anybody else, I would have smacked the shit out of that person. Do I fence or do kendo? I have a personal interest in HEMA, which is a historic European martial arts. But I'm still looking for a club. I'll probably find one more after I move because there's not a lot of HEMA clubs in my area, but it's a pretty big interest of mine. The kendo sounds absolutely sick. Okay. So what I have today is some photos of some emails that that Dr. Berg sent me. I had downloaded the emails. We might also watch a video. There's gonna be a point where it'll feel like I'm getting a little political, but I don't really see. I personally don't see science as medical science as a political issue. So, and I'm, if you're not a big science person, that's not my problem. So it might seem like I'm getting kind of political, but I really just, I'm really just talking about the use of scientific data and evidence. Your father deleted all of his old pics with you on his Facebook. You see, he's trying to act like he only has 2 kids now, probably. Don't worry, I have pictures with him. I can put those back up. I don't recall there ever being photos on Facebook of me with him. He mentions me in the front page of his book. If any of y'all have his book, open just before the first page is dedicated to his kids, and my name is right there, unless he's already changed it. Hi, Ian. I'm ex-Tampa staff, early 2000s, was originally declared back in 2007. I've watched your vids recently. I wanted to say hi and huge congrats on getting out. I know it's a process. Wish you the best. I'm sure you meant to say process. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, I was paying attention to a bunch of different things. Yeah, it's been a journey, but I've had a couple years, and I've had actual therapy from specialists, so I'm not. I kind of got ahead of that. Still working on some stuff, but all the overdramatic sort of. All the more dramatic parts have kind of faded away, and I'm more. It's a lot more solid now. I feel a lot better. The depression is way down. Anxiety, here or there. It's really hard to say. It's more of a day-to-day basis, but I'm light years better than I ever was. In Scientology, I'll tell you that. Talk is cheap. If you were missing 15 years, why trust the reports that are unverified? Regarding what? Missing 15 years. You're talking about Shelley? Oh. She is at an underground facility. What is going on? I missed something in the chat for sure. I'm old enough to be your mom. A lot of people are, Melissa. And the adults in your life. I'm also an adult. I appreciate the motherly love, and I appreciate your sentiment. But I'm almost 30, so appreciate you. But we can. I'm good. Thanks. Yeah, Shelley. I think we know where Shelley is now. I think Aaron Smith-Levin and Mike Rinder and a lot of other people have sort of deduced that Shelley is in the CST, the Church of Spiritual Technology base, which is like in Twin Peaks, California. It's one of the more secretive bases where Scientology does its archival project, where they, transcribe all of the materials onto gold plates and put the, they do a lot of the, it's so ridiculous. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like they build, vaults that are earthquake proof or whatever, and it's said that she's basically there, and I could only imagine what her day-to-day routine has been for the past however many years. Folks just looking out for you. Yeah, no, I get it. I appreciate it. Which is, my Facebook DMs are full of requests from moms who are, infantilizing me, and some who are hitting on me. So I just try to keep it, I try to keep it try to keep a small distance, They're nuclear proof. Yeah, nuclear proof, like vaults where they put all of L. Ron Hubbard's lectures on these like copper plated records, and store them in argon gas sealed, fireproof boxes. Basically, it's crazy. Tim Greenglass. Cougar bait? Don't get me started. Clearwater Chad. Welcome back, bud. How's the weather? Cold and muggy. It is. I wish it were sunnier and cold, but can't have both most of the time, I suppose. I have to set up the scenes for the screen capture, but I don't think it's going to be a problem. Oh, that's perfect. Can I hide this as well? Here we go. Okay. When was the last time you talked to Eric Berg through messages or in person? The last time I talked to him was when he was banging on my door. The first time I posted the TikTok, the first TikTok I posted about the situation, opening up about it, he was banging on my door for about an hour. He drove about 4 hours to my house and was banging on my door. I refused to let him in because I know that Scientologists, and especially my family in Scientology, they have a very manipulative tendencies, and they're trying to preserve, their interests. So he was basically begging me to, have me reconsider the video. But he wasn't really about me. It was about protecting his own self-worth. If it was really about protecting his family, he would have tried maybe a single additional time after that to communicate with me. But it had nothing to do with that. It was only about protecting himself because he thought he had some kind of bulletproof reputation, which absolves him, I guess, from giving millions of dollars to a human trafficking cult. So that was the last time I talked to him. I've sent him many messages. He's read many. He actually, I recently sent him some messages informing him about all the OT8s who have unalived themselves, and he read those. Also that, sort of asking him to consider why he's paid for his OT 9 and 10 preps, his preparations. You have to pay to prepare for OT 9 and 10, and had him consider, why it is that no one's gotten it yet. So, I know that they're fake. I know that they're not real, but he doesn't. Or maybe he does, but yeah, he read those, and then he blocked me after that. Is he your stepfather or real? He's my biological father. My parents have been married since 86, 87. What did you spend all your big pharma money on? Ugh. Well, the private jet was just, that was an easy one. And, few Lambos, but, nothing too pricey. The Bugatti was a must. Got to keep it top G. And, my waiter likes to tell me that I should be, my butler. He doesn't like it when I call him my waiter. My butler likes to tell me that I'm a light spender, but then I say, I've left my dinner scraps in the study for you to eat. No yacht? Well, I'm waiting for my mega yacht to be custom built for me. The helipad was much too small. I actually needed something a bit bigger, How much did Mr. Berg spend on his OT 9 and 10 prep? Well, let's see. I don't know if it'll show up on his service completions, but he has a long list of service completions here. OT eligibility. Yeah. So he did 2 eligibility steps. Salberg. That's not him. Where's his elig? He did some preparations. Maybe they're off this. Maybe they don't put them. Let me start a new scene. Let me see if I can do this. I might go blank for a couple seconds. Okay. Let me put this now. Screen capture. Can I do partial screen capture? Yeah. Yeah, hold on. Make this small, put this down here. Hopefully this is big enough. I'll make it a little smaller. There we go. And then we'll just a cherry on top. We'll put the SPTV badge right there. Down here. All right. I don't know if y'all can see this. This is the Scientology service completions. Did I see Aaron's? Oh, Linda. I want to get this right. Linda Tondalea Pacheco. Is that right? Thank you so much. Yeah, smash the like button. I don't know where it is on on your side, but I'd appreciate it. I might drop some ads here and there, kind of to make up for yesterday, because I goofed on that one. Melissa Ribe. Is it Ribe? What butler? No valet? Ian, how scandalous. Listen, my private garage can only hold so many, all right? Next to the Ducatis, I didn't have enough space to put the thing. So I prefer to be the only one who touches my vast collection of sports cars that I definitely have. It's the valet thing, because when we drive into my my mega mansion, there's like an underground entrance that goes into a secret thumbprint and retina scanned garage door. It's actually a cliff face that just opens up like the bat layer, like the bat cave. So with like a waterfall that like parts like Moses, fucking splits it in half. So yeah, I didn't really think the valet was needed, Melissa Rib, okay, cool. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, valets, whatever. I would have had a bigger garage, but the vault that I had installed to keep all my bullion, cut into that a little bit. Maybe I'll expand it. We'll see. Did you watch Andrew Gold's interview with Katie Lohman? I did. I watched most of it. I've met a lot of Scientologists like that. Believe it or not, she is not really an outlier in the sense that, like, she's not unique in that way. She's very, she's like a type. There's like an archetype of Scientologists like her who kind of just do the basic service completion, like the basic completions. What am I saying? The basic introductory services, and then kind of claim ownership of this like Scientologist mentality in perpetuity, and they claim to speak for Scientologists, even though they don't know the specific policies that prevent them from speaking out about it. They go on interviews. Like, you're never going to see Katie Lohman give another interview like that, ever. She's probably at Flag right now, getting a sec check. Do you think both your parents are true believers? Or is it to a degree that they feel Scientology has helped them get their wealth and successful lives and they're happy to go along and not rock the boat? Yes and no, and I'm going to get to that because like the second part of the title of this stream, we're going to look at whether or not we're going to look at sort of an inside look at some reports written by my mother about how much Scientology is working for them, because it kind of gives a really interesting look, I would say, into kind of what's going through a Scientologist's head, despite what they outwardly claim. Exactly the same as my garage. You know, it was easy. You know, someone said the waterfall was too much, but I was like, it's just a nice effect. Complements the my indoor aquarium with all my my whale shark and my it just seemed like it would fit. Do you keep your staff in the garage as well? You trying to create your own version of the home? No, my staff are well paid, actually. I toss them each a gold coin before they head to their private lodgings. But they all have Bugattis too. I couldn't just, I treat my workers with respect. Can you get Leia to guest Zoom? Probably not. It depends on what she's doing. She has her own schedule, and I'd have to have something to talk about, because she kind of she'll talk about whatever she wants. So it's kind of up to her. She has her own life, her own career. I don't know what she's up to. I only talked to her the one time. Hi from Australia. Good day. Bet you saw that one coming. I was the one who asked Katie the OT question at the end. It was entertaining. She won't ever do that again. Yeah. And you should know, Anon, that stark reality of like when you see someone who doesn't know the rules, and then you watch them like step over that line and you're like, oh God. And they start speaking for Scientology. And there's even a reference, if you've ever been, I mean, I can't say that many of you have been, but for anybody, any current Scientologists watching this, if you've ever been to Flag since they've redone it, next to the cashier, there's a reference on the wall to the left when you're facing the cashier in that little hallway behind registration. And I encourage you to go read it, because it's not in any of the policy volumes. I think it was a Flag ED. It's called Statements from Staff Members. And it goes over how like nothing any staff member says to anyone has any remote connection, or like the church as an entity is not liable for any statement made by any staff member anywhere, or any private, public Scientologist. Don't take anything they say seriously. It's a legal recourse. It's like a preventative measure. But I remember watching that. I was like, oh, legally that makes sense. But because people can say some crazy shit, but it's literally like right behind the center of Flag, where people sell you stuff and promise you things in exchange for money. So it's very bizarre. I'm sure you're wondering what this is. This is the on the Truth About. This is the Scientology. This is the Truth About Scientology website. Right, and this where they record Scientology service completions. They take this from a list of completions in the back of like their magazines, their internal magazines that they have. They post all the completions of the week and the month and stuff. So here, some of these are see Lauenberg. That's not my dad. Eric Berg. That is my dad. So these are his grades, lower grade chart, and then he goes clear somewhere around here. I don't know if this is State of Man. Oh, that's not him. Yeah, and then here he does the solo Ned for OTs, so that's OT 6. And there's new OT 1. He did his solo course, his OT preps. He did Superpower. He did his L's twice. All three of the L rundowns twice, which is very expensive. The most expensive services you can do. Oh, and he did the Melbourne Congress. Oh, that's 2016. I was seeing if he did anything recently. They probably stopped including his service completions after I talked about him because they don't want to, because he's a high donor and they don't want to have that stuff kind of be public. A waterfall is never too much. That's what I'm saying. Lohman was spotted at Dallas Org. Well, it's probably the closest one they could get her to. Was that after the interview? They flew somebody out for sure, an RTC rep, or whoever they had on hand. So sometimes what they'll do is they'll get a Sea Org sec checker or like a flag, someone from Flag, to fly somewhere, and they'll use the local org's auditing room, and they'll fly in their own CS as well. So the case supervisor, the person who reads the session, grades it, checks for errors, and recommends the next questions. And they're the ones who recommend what questions to ask in the security check. They're also the ones who report. Because if it is a sec check, because there's like a confessional, which is usually just grade 2, which is not typically used to action someone ethics-wise. Like they're not going to write up. They're not going to write you up, basically, afterwards. But that's a small action. So after that, almost every single security check is for justice reasons. So every single thing that you say in a sec check, the auditor, and I know this because I was trained as an auditor and I did a dozen sec checks, is you do knowledge reports on every single overt that they give you, every single one, every single time. And then you staple those together, you route them to ethics. So those ethics reports are going to go straight up to RTC. All right. I will be right back. Oh, okay. And it's funny, she talks about Katie Lohman, when you're talking about that interview, Katie Lohman talks about how there are too many homeless people in California, which she thought was gross, so she wanted to go to Flag. there are an egregious amount of homeless people at Flag, like around. They're just like littered all throughout the area because I don't know. I could assume why, but there are so few businesses that want to be associated with Scientology that downtown Clearwater is a Starbucks and Scientology-owned businesses. Fun fact. But I lived there for, cumulatively, like years. So you can't see, I guess, his preps here because that's like 9 and 10 isn't really OT 9 and 10 aren't really a service, isn't really a service, aren't services that exist at all. So you can't, I guess, claim that they're, you can't have them claim them as services because then it's like, oh, are we starting OT 9 and 10? Get your hopes up too much. The ones who can afford it, they'll squeeze it out of you.
A book that I think.
Okay. There's that. What else do we have? We have this, which I'll open. Yeah. All right. Okay, we'll have this ready. I'm just getting some stuff ready. Oakley dokley. Let's get started, shall we? Lydia von Stretchclaw. One of my maids at my Swedish villa has a similar name. Okay, so a while back, let's do the screen share now. Yeah, a while back, my father, Dr. Eric Berg, had a practice where he was essentially doing a few different sort of acupressure techniques, as well as using different machines to kind of he was using different techniques, sort of like homeopathic, unverified, alternative medicine techniques. These were the body response technique, BRT, which is interesting because he also had the Berg restoration technique. I don't know if that's also included in this, but Namburipad's allergy elimination technique, which that's a mouthful, contact reflex analysis, and testing with an acoustic cardiograph. So Eric Berg, DC, this is back from 2008, February 2008. This is disciplinary action against Dr. Eric Berg, Doctor of Chiropractic. Eric Berg, DC, operates the Health and Wellness Center in Alexandria, Virginia, has been reprimanded and fined $1,500 in order to stop using and promoting BRT, NAET, CRA, and testing with an acoustic cardiograph. BRT, NAET, and CRA, this medical doctor continues, involves bogus muscle tests that are supposedly related to body organs. The ACG is claimed to provide a readable signature of heart sounds that is used to detect imbalances of body chemistry. The alleged problems are then corrected with dietary supplements, and the consent agreement shown below notes that Dr. Berg made many therapeutic claims that were not supported by reasonable scientific or medical evidence. Okay, so this is just, there are very few tracks Dr. Berg is not willing to cover. Okay. Surveys have found that over 40% of chiropractors have used muscle testing in similar ways, most notably as part of a system called applied kinesiology. So not only is this not the first time he's been reprimanded, and I did put my feelers out there, and I will ask if you actually help me with this. Between 1997 and 1999, Dr. Berg, when we lived in Shreveport, Louisiana, was investigated by the FBI for fraud. And he used to talk about this, and he used to have an FAQ page about it, but he's since removed this. I don't know exactly how he's got what he's done with the FBI records themselves. He may have gotten those sealed to some degree, or maybe the investigation was done through an alternative means. But I did attempt a Freedom of Information Act request on the FBI, and I got a letter basically saying that they cannot release documents that are part of third-party investigations. So a bunch of weird stuff. I have the letter, but he was in the newspapers of Shreveport newspapers. So if any super sleuths out there want to dig into that, you might actually help me quite a bit and help, other people who are, falling prey to this grifter, because he was investigated for fraud. My mother talks about how when they were interviewing her, the investigator left the room. She stole the case file and put it in her purse, and it was just this like bizarre story that they tell to the family. It was very weird. So I would like some more information if any of y'all can find it. Yes, after the interview in Dallas, Org. Interesting. And I did not see the entire interview on what's her name? Yoga was her name. I did not see that whole interview. So we have some details here. His license number. Dr. Berg was issued a license number by the Board of Practice and Chiropractic in the Commonwealth of Virginia in 1997. So 1997. So it's probably even earlier that they were planning to move there. So in the 90s. I don't know where that information would be. Google was not helpful with finding any newspaper snippets from back then. But then again, why would it be? But maybe the community would have a better luck at finding that. Dr. Berg violated all that in that he utilized in the care diagnosis, assessment, and treatment of his patients, including patients A through H. He followed the following techniques, which are outside the scope of practice of chiropractic, do not constitute acceptable standards of chiropractic care, and have no reasonable scientific or medical research, investigation, study, or data to support their efficacy or therapeutic benefit. Snake oil. The body restoration technique, a procedure whereby vials of distilled water containing homeopathic imprints are held over certain designated body organs or parts while the practitioner applies tactile pressure through tapping or rubbing acupressure points, allegedly to assist in restoring hormone balance to address other symptoms. I do remember him doing that. Or he'd do one where you take a bottle of vitamins. He said to find out which vitamin you need, you take a bottle of vitamins and you hold it to your chest or to your stomach or wherever the pain is, and you hold out your arm. And he would push down. If he could push down your arm, that's the vitamin you needed. It's like he might as well have just like literally rolling dice, like D&D dice would have been better, or just as effective. Melissa Rip, the NDAs signed after leaving are legally binding. Scientology offers in consideration of X dollars, you will not. It is a fully legal enforceable contract. The key is consideration. Yeah, so that's for when you leave and they offer you an additional thing, because I think they know that the arbitration agreements that you sign before each service aren't legally binding, aren't legally enforceable. I signed like 10 of those before I was 15. Like, I don't think any of those are, I had no idea what they said. My mother pressured me to sign them. The fact that you can have children sign those at all is ridiculous. And the witness is usually the person who's getting you to sign it. Dr. Berg did not. At their initial. Oh, first of all, he didn't have them sign consent forms for the treatment. He failed to take adequate medical histories of the patients and failed to perform adequate physical examinations. Well, he's not a physical doctor. He's not a medical doctor, so he probably wouldn't know what to do. Dr. Berg did not promptly manage patient records or maintain adequate, legible, or complete records for patients A through H. These records often lacked a description of patient complaints and symptoms, diagnosis, assessment, and physical findings, treatment plan, description of treatments, or services provided, and progress notes. In some instances, the records of office visits contain little or no information beyond the patient's name. And he charged a lot of money for this. He charged a shitload of money for this. And I will say again, I feel like I should get into the habit of saying this. My criticisms of Dr. Berg and my father have nothing to do with what diet you should do or what diet is best. That's not my interest. I am, not a medical doctor myself. I'm not a nutritionist. I have no interest in giving you health advice. But Dr. Berg does, and he thinks that he knows it better than anyone else on this planet. He thinks he is the smartest man, and science is beneath him. He thinks the science works for him because he has a confirmation bias complex. So I'm not here to debate what you should be doing or what diet is best. Everybody's different. Here we go. And this is one of the reasons why he has that lengthy. Can I pull it up? Just pull up a random. Ooh, this is a new one. Today. Ooh, where is he? My dad's been recording in a very specific place, and I'm not sure where it is. But the fact that there are locks, the fact that there are the look at this. You see how this door. First of all, it's a fully white room, and the fact that these hinges on the inside of the door reminds me of an auditing room or a secure room at an advanced organization. So it might be that he is doing some more services, but he has this disclaimer down here at the bottom of all of his videos. Dr. Berg received his Doctor of Chiropractic degree from Palmer College in Chiropractic 1998. His use of doctor in relation to himself solely refers to that degree. Dr. Berg is a licensed chiropractor in Virginia, California, and Louisiana. But he no longer practices chiropractic in any state and does not see patients, so he can focus on educating people, blah, blah, blah. Yet he maintains an active license. This video is for general information purposes only. It should not be used to self-diagnose and is not a substitute for a medical exam, cure, treatment, diagnosis, and prescription or recommendation. It does not create doctor-patient relationship between Dr. Berg and you. You should not make any change in your health regimen or diet before first consulting a physician and obtaining a medical exam, diagnosis, and recommendation. Always seek the advice of a physician or other qualified health provider with any questions you may have regarding a medical condition. This is the only thing, and he should put this in the beginning of all of his videos, because this is the only thing that legally separates him from just blindly claiming in like 2,400 videos or however many videos he has that it's that any of the things he says is true or not. He doesn't say what he's saying is true. He's saying, well, what I think about this, and you're just supposed to, and people just do it. He does not agree with physicians. He does not agree with, medical doctors unless it's something that he needs in the moment, or unless, he gets Lyme disease. Thank you so much, Giddy. I have no idea how to pronounce Giddy Who Olsen. Whatever you'd love me to call you, thank you so much. I believe that's a currency in Denmark, is it not? I had to Google that. Or correct me if I'm wrong. I hope they pull the church status. Trevor Never. I hope they pull the church status, but I doubt so because they likely bought it in the first place. They bought it via intimidation, and due to the internet, it is much harder to intimidate and not be immediately called out for intimidation. So I think we have a much better chance now that the internet has a foothold in all walks of life, in every community. I think there's a very, very good chance that they could lose their tax-exempt status very soon. Danish kroner, yes. Danish. Very good. Thank you very much. Oh, is it a super sticker? Interesting. Cyan toilet paper. Us Danes are lurking all over the place. A sneaky bunch. I have a lot of European subscribers, believe it or not. I get a lot of people who watch are from America, but most of the people who interact are more often from Europe or other countries than America. It's very interesting. How about secret Scientology members, Scientologists? How about them? Oh, I'm done. I just wanted to extend my support to Ian for having the balls to come out against Scientology and his parents. Neither are stress-free, fun, and don't play fairly, so hats off to you. I appreciate it. I'm doing what I can. I mean, there's only so much I can do. I'm very interested to see if my brother. Last night we visited my brother's website because I had asked him to help me return some property that my parents are keeping from me. And he ignored me. So I asked if you can call his business and say, hey, I hear your brother's looking to get his property back. I wouldn't want to give out personal phone numbers or dox anyone, but that's on his business website. It's his publicly available phone number that anyone can find. Would I ever hit Dr. Berg with that sword? Only in self-defense. Although I wouldn't need a sword to beat my dad in a fight. He's pretty fragile. You said, how about secret Scientology members? Silentologists. It's that one's a little too on the tongue. I think it could work. Liontology sounds like something Donald Trump would say. Liontology. Like he said, Meatball Ron dis sanctimonious. Despite that man's psychotic life, he is pretty fucking hilarious in like a caricature kind of way. Meatball Ron. It's so fucking funny. Liontology. But I think I remember when I was on staff in Atlanta, though, because Scientology got in trouble on the Facebook because there were some Sea Org members who were actively pleading that people vote for Trump on the Scientology Facebook page, and they got in trouble for that. So they had to issue like a legal disclaimer that we don't endorse anybody, but just not on Facebook. I had a woman who worked for Flag who was helping out. She was doing she was on some mission, or she was posted at the Atlanta org, and she was like, we have lines to Trump. We have people who are, helping influence him, which I think is pretty bullshit because they never said anything, but it's very interesting. It's believe it or not, both my parents were at the January 6th rally when they were at the insurrection when people were storming the Capitol. Told me that in confidence. He called me right when he got home. And I was like, why were you there? This is a big problem. He said, nah, it was fun. So this is just basically one of the few things that my dad's been, he's not very interested in science. He's more interested in, what kind of alternative things can I do to still charge a lot of money for, but do the minimal amount of effort. The next thing I'm going to do is show you some... Oh, is this the... Oh, I have that knowledge report that my mom wrote on my dad. I have that one here too. I don't think many people who hasn't seen this. Cuz I can I think, can I zoom here? View, zoom. Yes, I can zoom. I just think it's funny that we revisit this. Okay. Okay, so this is sort of like a sidestep, but this came up in what I was looking at. This is a knowledge report that my mother, Karen Berg, wrote to my dad. It's going to the Oak Cove MAA, which is the Master at Arms. So the Oak Cove is where people used to do services before Flag was like rebuilt into this big building. People did services at this hotel called the Oak Cove, which is right down the street. So it's borderline next door. And then the AO refers to the Advanced Org, which is also down the street. The MAA is an ethics officer who works in the Sea Org. So it's called Master at Arms. So it's just a fancy word for ethics officer. But it says that they work for the Sea Org, and in this case, they're ethics officers at Flag. And this is for both Karen Berg's PC folder and my dad's PC folder. Knowledge report 11 Mark 2012. I'm sure she was in a rush to write this, so I don't blame her for misspelling March. Fun fact, I actually got a legal notice that this was that somebody requested they take this post down from Twitter, but they never ended up doing it. Wonder who that could have been. Yesterday, I was on Eric's computer. His YouTube screen showed recommended videos. One of the videos was some girl's thong a day video showing her body in bra and thong. Eric wasn't home, so I researched YouTube and how the recommended videos appear on the home screen. Apparently, they're issued by past history. But that could mean... Oh no, we gotta keep reading. Most of the videos he had were of boxing, wrestling, or X Factor type videos. But there was one that was inappropriate. The research I did stated that it could be something that was viewed even years earlier. Imagine if your significant other wrote a report to your cult about this, about you. I mean, this is pretty light, to be honest, for what I'm sure she's reported him for in the past. Eric had a situation with internet porn about 7 years ago, and my son Ian has been on all of our computers at some point viewing inappropriate things. Who, me? A young boy with access to it? With access to the internet? How dare I? So I pulled the string. I also found a picture of a woman from the back in tight jeans, very curvy, with long hair and no shirt. Sounds like Karen's kind of interested in this. The front of her body wasn't exposed, but it was very suggestive. When Eric got home, I showed this to him and asked him what he had been looking at that might result in this. He said that sometimes he looks at comedy bloopers like Benny Hill type of things, where a woman might be in it and her dress blows up in the wind or something. He stated it's not porn, but yes, it's inappropriate. I asked him what else, and he said absolutely nothing. Never in a million years would he find women on the internet attractive, and oh, that's a mortal sin to anything Scientology. Then I mentioned the half-naked girl in tight jeans, and he said, well, I may have looked at some of those. Again, I asked him there was anything else, and again, he said no. I asked if he was masturbating to anything, and he said no. When I pulled more, he said that he doesn't search for it, but it's a video that would be on the sidebar of something else he was watching, like wrestling or boxing. And sometimes there's a video of a girl in jeans. No other data. Like, she got no other data from him about this. And he's just curious and clicks on them. I did not get the data of what the videos then showed. He insists it was not pornographic, although he did not clarify that there was no nudity. How dare he? He said that he's been clicking on these videos for the past 3 months or so, only maybe twice a month. Those are rookie numbers. We got to get those numbers. Rookie numbers. Eric had an extensive situation years ago with internet porn and clearly is not able to discipline himself to not click on provocative or inappropriate videos, searching them out or not. Eric has not done a single basic book meaning Scientology's basic book lineup, like Dianetics, History of Man, Fundamentals of Thought, 88008. You know the ones. Nor made time to leave work even an hour early to get onto his purification rundown, the sauna thing, the way you sit in the sauna. He is on the computer many hours watching wrestling and singing videos, and obviously other things. True, he is also working and uses his computer for work, but he spends a good bit of time on the computer for entertainment as well. He's not making it go right to do basics or bridge, meaning the bridge to total freedom, the Scientology courses, or anything on Scientology's list of services, basically, and is now again having out ethics on the computer. He says he will go to Flag soon and is working with Josh to arrive. Josh has been doing a great deal to get Eric in comm, which just means in communication. It means, talking to somebody. With Pat Clouden, which is, I believe, another Scientologist. And I have done work to make Michael Chan a comm line for him. Michael Chan is another OT8. A comm line is just a person you talk to, a person you're associated with. He has spoken to them both about business. Josh went to Pat's house to arrange this help flow, blah, blah, blah. Called Eric repeatedly for over a week to follow up, but Eric never returned his call. He did call after I confronted him with this situation. So you see, he really, I feel like he really like embarrassed himself into Scientology deeper and deeper. Like the more goofs that he, found himself in, trying to avoid the extreme, stringent, and strict rules of Scientology that his wife was clearly enforcing on him. The more he was like, fine, I'll do a course, I'll do this, I'll do that, and then eventually was just like, wow, people like me now that I'm on OT levels. Wow, people like me, on YouTube. Wow, this is all one and the same. Eric is on course every week. He has been on his second time through the data evaluation course, which is another Scientology course, which he started over a year ago. He told me he does not intend to do his basics until he is on his solo 1 course, which is before he's like, when he's post clear and before he starts his OT levels, is just what that means. Solo 1 course again, and hasn't stated when that is. His supervisor at DCD, which is the church in DC, suggested word clearing on Dianetics, as that is the book he is blown from, and Eric declined. So she's just basically saying, word clearing in Scientology, like looking up the definitions of words, word clearing is like the biggest enemy of Scientology. Like if you don't understand a word, it will cause every problem in your entire life. And in your entire past trillion years is only because you misunderstood a word or a concept at one point. So like looking up words is like a deathly important, vital thing in Scientology. So word clearing is just one of 7 different methods of doing this. And being blown is just you leave and don't do anything anymore. So if you're blown from a course, you just don't go in and do your course every single day. For years when I had the mission, which is like a small church, I offered to go in at any time to supervise him on the basics. I've repeatedly offered wins to encourage him. I have gotten with others to assist him in making the next step on the basics and bridge. This comes up with each and every refresher and is tackled from a different angle. Refresher, meaning my mom is on her OT was on her OT levels. on OT7, and which takes a few years. And every 6 months, you have to go back to flag and pay money to get sec checked to make sure that you're not like leaking confidential materials or whatever. So you're refreshed, or you continue to keep your eligibility to be on the OT levels. Eric is a regular FSM for the org. Field staff member, meaning he gets commissions for getting other people onto Scientology courses. Is paying for his daughter's auditing and finances his son, who is on staff at DCD, which is my brother. He continues to flow to the IAS, goes to all the events, and last year was one of the top booksellers at DC for selling hundreds of books and helping the DC org win the birthday game, which is just what Scientology org. It's like a yearly game that I guess ends tomorrow. Let's all say a happy birthday to L. Ron Hubbard tomorrow. That dead fuck. May he rot on Target 2. He probably picked the wrong planet and was like, oh, I don't know how time works. And when he got there, everything was already dead. Everything was already crisp from the nuclear explosions that he failed to prevent because he wasn't there sooner. That's all very hyperbolic and goofy. So basically there's like a yearly game where they try to get the highest stats, the highest DCD is DC Day. Day is day that each org has like two different shifts. There's day and foundation. They call it day because it's like a 9 to 5. And then foundation, I think L. Ron Hubbard called that because like it's the graveyard shift that not many people want to work. So it like is the foundation because it's like less appealing work. But it's nights and weekends basically. So that'd be DCF. He's a WISE member and has all of his staff on training, routing many of them into the org, which he actually got sued for this. Routing his staff members using, and I made a video on this earlier. He would use his business to recruit people into Scientology, and that is illegal. Because he also ended up firing one of his. It's not the only person he's fired for this, but the only person who reprimanded him for firing them because they weren't a Scientologist sued him, and the Equal Employment and Opportunity Commission sued him for years. And once, and only very recently, when it was made aware that he was a Scientologist and more heat started to get on him about this lawsuit, did he end up settling and giving up, and he stopped trying to win the case because he realized that he can't win the case. But he did have the entire court record sealed, okay, which means it is very difficult to open. Because apparently there was he brought in like a cult apologist to come to Scientology's defense, and it was apparently so incredibly laughable and bizarre that he got it. He had it sealed in the courts. But this is a no-no in the real world. He was totally supportive of my getting onto OT7 and supported the mission for the 8 years I was a mission holder. Eric is an opinion leader in his field and is building a large enterprise. These are all good things, but there is something that needs to get cracked before it takes him out and wrecks the dynamics entirely. This is so. Karen Berg, Solo Knots auditor. Solo Knots just means she's auditing herself. You're welcome. That was long. But I just wanted to reiterate that one because I know I've gotten a few followers since then. A few followers. Subscribers. I don't like that word. I don't like the followers word. My stats are epic. I've watched at least 100 hours of SPTV. Honestly, it's more entertaining for me because I have a lot of experience. So like I don't have to do the extra work of like needing to figure out what all the acronyms mean. So I do try to keep up with explaining what things mean. So the next one I'm going to show you in a little bit is in that same vein. But it's very it's more on a different topic. So I'm going to show you some emails my dad sent me. I won't be leaking my dad's email. I've covered it up so you can't see. Just going to double check. Yeah. Just going to double check. Yeah. Okay. It's so funny because even when I was in Scientology, I knew about the Zenu story, but I just thought it was like a misinterpretation of like, because Hubbard talks a lot about like crazy past life or whole track implants and crazy space opera events, but you just kind of think you're just like, oh well, that can't possibly be what it is, and some of the more devout people are like, well, maybe it is that, but it's so complicated. Scientology is so horrendously complicated that, maybe I just don't understand it. Like you beat yourself down, you push yourself down to such a low level, that, doubt is fresh in any Scientologist's mind, especially about something about like Zenu and body Thetans and what does that even mean? I've never heard that. I'm not up there. I've only heard about the one Thetan, and we're all Thetans, and you don't allow yourself to kind of listen. Also, they think that it's going to give them tuberculosis, or they think they're going to get cancer and die like the next day. And when they don't, they're like, oh, maybe this was bullshit. Mark Headley, Blown for Good on YouTube, actually talks about how one of the things that solidified for him that he was right for leaving is that he read the OT materials and nothing bad happened to him. And he was like, oh, but when you first read them, you're like terrified because you're like, oh, maybe, I'm going to just start freaking out, but it doesn't do anything. It's very confusing. And you're like, I feel like I'm jumping into the middle here, but that's literally just how it starts. You're just expected to believe this. Many people are not happy when they, they sit in the room with you while you're there reading the materials, and they're watching you while you read the materials in like a mag-locked room with like cameras on you to measure your reaction. Clearwater Chad, Dr. Berg needs meds. Same with his wife of his. Honestly, even if they don't want to do meds, just like normal CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, just like talk therapy, just with a specialist who understands how to help deconstruct and educate them on what coercive control is and how it has affected them, and have them like make sense of all this stuff, you know, they could decide for themselves whether or not they want medication. But I mean, my mom might need something because she's a hot potato. But you know, it depends. It depends on her situation. She's never really been happy with things that she can't control. So I think if she, especially when she can't control everything about her environment, I think she gets very upset about that, and that really makes her feel chaotic, perhaps. There's a lot of control issues. But you know, I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a therapist. I don't have the class. I don't have the training to determine that. That's between her and whoever she has to see when she leaves Scientology. But there's a lot of trust issues because my parents, like my mom especially, vehemently believes in all the conspiracies that Scientology created regarding psychiatry. And they're the ones who started this discussion that, like, oh, the misuse of psychiatry and psychology represents all of psychology and psychiatry. And they inflate bad news, and they inflate bad statistics. They can just lie about what psychiatry is doing. They can also just, you know, for a group that likes to parade and say that only suppressives use broad generalities, they are obsessed with broadly generalizing about the mental health field. Obsessed. You know, makes you wonder. Can you have a normal conversation with your father since you left? I'm assuming you mean, would I have the ability to? Because he's blocked me proactively on just about everything. He doesn't want to talk to me. If he talks to me, that's a problem for his cult. His cult will crack down on me. Scientology will make it a problem for him to have any sort of association with me. But would I have the ability to? Sure. I would be careful with what I said. I would give him, if you actually had the balls to sit down and have a conversation with me, why not? You know, that would at least show that he has some sort of interest in understanding a separate, like, he can't lie to me because I was there for all of the shit. I have a really good memory, and he knows that. Both my parents know that, and I think that they are, they can't get away with manipulating me like they did when I was in Scientology. You know what I mean? So I think I would give them the benefit of the doubt because they have a lot of doubt, and I'm sure many doubts about Scientology, as we will discover. But yeah, I'm gonna actually just move on to this. So this is one of the few emails that my dad sent me. He said the subject was, "Wish I could do a video on this." It's Dr. Berg, but too risky. And this is back when COVID started. And yes, we're getting into vaccine denial. Now, for all of those people who have an issue with this topic, I don't care. You don't have polio for a good reason. That's all I'll say. He says the vaccine, and this is copy and pasted from somewhere. The problem with these yet uninvestigated vaccines is that we don't know how some individuals will respond to their viral antigen. So this is just some copy and pasted, instilling some kind of doubt onto me. RNA vaccines, and he lists the various vaccines. The Russian are totally new on the market. They are still in experimental phases. They were never applied to such a big population worldwide. So why are they playing games with these vaccines, treating people like lab rats, which is the most conspiratorial thing? Millions of people died from COVID. People continue to die of COVID today, much less because of the vaccine. Planted baseman. Your dad is a king. Does that make you one of his peasants? This is a chiropractor talking about the efficacy of RNA vaccines. He doesn't even know what RNA is. But yeah, they said the efficacy is 90%. But can we trust them? And how are they measuring efficacy? Did they vaccinate people and then expose? Well, this is spelled wrong. Did they vaccinated people and then exposed them to the virus? I am not sure that they have done that, as this is a long-term process. They just measured antibodies. I wonder what that has to do with virology, measuring antibodies. I wonder what suppresses viruses in the cells. I wonder if we had this way of telling if your body's fighting an infection or not. Fucking dumbass. We don't know if these antibodies will work with the virus. Okay, so he does that. He says this. I missed this email entirely. And I usually ignored his more conspiratorial emails because they were just so unfounded. And I was like, aren't you supposed to agree with science? Science is like doing their best to help. What are you doing? Saying eat garlic? I remember my dad was a big proponent for ivermectin, which was a bizarre because he doesn't... all right, pal. Bootlickers are getting put in timeout. Planted baseman. Okay. So this is another one he sent me. I guess he doesn't know the difference between a parasite and a virus. He doesn't know how he doesn't really know how the difference between like biology. He never took any classes or any college courses in virology. He is not a medical doctor. He is not a, epidemiologist by any circumstance. So I love this one because of all the boldness. And we'll get to, this is a article that he sent me by Zachary Steiber. And we'll get to that guy because there's something interesting about this particular guy. This talks about, this is very shortly after, I think. 55 people died in U.S. after receiving COVID-19 vaccines, reporting system. He refuses to acknowledge, however, that how many more people died from COVID. And that most of these people died after receiving COVID vaccines does not mean that COVID vaccine caused their death. Okay, there's this. He refuses to admit this. This is a very anecdotal. There are no sources cited in this article, by the way. 55 people in the United States have died from receiving the COVID-19 vaccine, according to the reports submitted to a federal system. Okay, which federal system? Who reported it? From where? Can we have their names? All 55 people? One man, a 66-year-old senior home resident in Colorado, was sleepy and said he stayed in bed after getting Moderna's vaccine. Early in the morning Christmas Day, he was observed to be lying in bed still, pale, eyes half open, foam coming out of the mouth, and unresponsive. He was breathing with no pulse. Okay, and then they move on to somebody else. They do not comment on an autopsy. They do not comment on any common indicators of what might have killed him. How long before that did he die? Did he have some pre-existing condition? Did he was he on medication? Did he take pills? None of this tells me anything about whether or not the vaccine had anything to do with their deaths. They just really they were really horny for, the vaccine is bad. Vaccines are bad. Also, Dr. Berg believes that vaccines are the sole cause of autism. He vehemently believes this. And despite the fact that he refused to vaccine his own children yours truly included, when they were kids, I was still autistic, and I'm pretty sure my brother is too. It's hard to say. It's a spectrum. Not going to evaluate for him, but yeah, it's the reason I wasn't sent to public school, as I'm pretty sure we had to have adequate vaccines. Okay, so Zachary Steiber, who is that? Who is that? Well, if you look at, he's a reporter for the Epoch Times. Okay, he covers U.S. and world news. What kind of reporting does he do? Well, if you look, Cochrane editor-in-chief, new mask analysis doesn't show that masks don't work. Oh, what was he doing? Let's see. Defendant moves to dismiss January 6th trial. So he's a January 6th supporter. See, he moved on. Earlier on, he did these... he did a lot of anti-vax stuff. Yeah. Increased risk of COVID-19 vaccination among naturally immune. Okay, whatever that means. Help for the January 6th defendants. This dude is definitely pandering. But when you look at, if you look at some healthfeedback.org, we look at some of the claim reviews from his, what does that say right there? What does this little button say? To his misinformation about, in his articles. Misleading, unsupported. And then this one says mostly accurate, but this is COVID data tracker revised COVID-19 deaths downward, but more reliable mortality data still indicate that COVID-19 is a major cause of death in the U.S. Mostly accurate. Okay, that has nothing to do with the vaccine. Just says it's still killing people, which it is. People still get COVID today and die, which is horrible. But that's why we as the human race developed vaccines. And yes, science is trial and error, but I think if you think that viruses are parasites, you aren't really interested in science. You're kind of jumping over the barrel there, you know. So this guy is a little bit of a dingus. So I just found that very funny. Big Tobacco for years debunked the connection between smoking and cancer. Lobbying is different than... lobbying is different. You can lobby. Like if... Big Tobacco releases new report that cigarettes don't cause cancer. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Because science debunked their claims that it doesn't cause cancer. It's like science. If you inhale carbon offage that is sprayed with chemicals, it's going to be carcinogenic of any kind. And the amount of class action lawsuits against tobacco companies, like, since that came out, have been probably tremendous. So here's one. Actually, we'll do that next. I was when I was having problems with Scientology, I just got back from being held essentially against my will at Flag for 5 months, unable to leave the area. I wasn't locked in a room, but I was strictly instructed and faced with the threat of being declared an SP if I didn't, which would mean losing my family, etc. I was strictly instructed to not leave the flag or the immediate area around flag. Like I could go get a coffee from Starbucks, but I was not allowed to go outside the bounds because I must be there at all times. A little context: I was on Superpower, on the Superpower rundown, and I mentioned that I had this what you would in Scientology say as a cognition in session, one of my auditing sessions, where I was like, I realized that I actually can make it as a writer, and I don't have to be on staff my whole life because staff isn't my main goal. I'll finish my contract, but I'm excited to actually become a writer. My auditor wrote that down, circled it in red, wrote a report on me saying that I was in doubt about being on staff. In doubt meaning I was assigned a lower condition for just not wanting to be on staff for the rest of my natural life. And I had incredible problems with this, but to justify taking me out of this, I was like, what is the big problem? And they were like, we're trying to figure it out. We're trying to figure it out. They bounced me around. I wasn't allowed to finish any of these conditions. I did like over 100 hours of what's called amends, which is various manual labor, unpaid. I was like forced to, because I had done a bunch of courses, I was forced to help all the students, with literally anything they needed. I was basically, an academy dog, essentially. I held the cans. I held the e-meter cans on their training courses. I did literally anything that I could to make amends in advance of receiving a justice action that nobody knew that I needed. Does that kind of make sense? My parents were paying for this, by the way. They weren't necessarily happy that I wasn't doing Superpower, but they paid over $100,000 for this particular trip, and were not remotely critical of the people who were managing me. So I was there for 5 months until I mentioned that I had been having thoughts of self-harm, let's say. And they said, oh, well, then you have to leave right now. So within about an hour after saying that, I had to pack up the hotel room that I was in, and I had to go stay with a friend. I could not be on the property without being explicitly told, So, and after about a week of coming by, they were like, oh, can you come by? We're gonna help you finish this and offload you, which means we'll just get rid of you. And I was like, okay. I would show up, wait for 6 hours, 7 hours, and they'd tell me to go home and they'd be ready for me tomorrow. I'd come in the next day, wait for another 7 hours. By the third day, I was like, can you just tell me when you need me? And they were like, okay, sure, but can you come in like towards the middle of the day and just be around? And I was like, okay. Came in, waited for another 4.5 hours, was sent home, without anything happening. All these things. The last time I was, they just told me that I could leave. I was so happy to finally be leaving because I at least just wanted something to happen. I wasn't allowed to. There was one point where they were trying to get me transferred to a different org because I was just unhappy with the conditions at Atlanta. There was never there were like never any new people who came into the org. It was dead constantly. I wasn't a staff auditor, but I was only ever auditing staff because no people came in to buy auditing. Meaning my job was to audit people who were paying so that it would count towards my statistics going up. But because no one is ever paying, I was only auditing staff for free on odds and ends here and there. And I'd never had any good stats because no one did their jobs. I thought no one did their jobs and got new people in to get auditing. So, but it's just that nobody wants to buy Scientology. A lot of people just see it as a cult, and they don't understand. Not everybody has fucking $10,000 to drop on an auditing package. Needless to say, so they tried to get me transferred. They wouldn't do it. I talked to very high terminals in the Sea Org. Terminals meaning people. Sorry, I'm getting kind of back into the whole explanation. I talked to very high people in the Sea Org. I don't have to go into post titles, but just about everyone. Eventually, I left. They told me I could leave because they didn't want anybody harming themselves on their property because that's a legal liability. So I left staff in Atlanta. I went back to my house, or my parents' house. I stayed with them for a little bit, and they just didn't give a shit. They were just like, well, that sucked. Anyway, so I had this laundry list of amends that I had to do. I had a freeloader debt of like over $70,000. Freeloader debt from staff, because I guess from all the courses that I did on my training and stuff, just crazy. They were trying to milk me. And then right at the end, I got when I was home, I got a call from this woman Dana, who was handling my auditing when I was at Flag, and she said, "Oh well, the senior case supervisor at Flag, reviewed your whole situation and said none of it should have ever happened. None of all that bad stuff shouldn't have happened." And I was like, no shit. And that kind of just showed me that no matter how many times they can fuck you up or fuck up your life or fuck with your situation, you're supposed to take it, and they can just clean slate. Whoops, we did a whoopsie. Nothing you can do about it. You can't have those 5 months back. Nothing you can do. You won't have any recourse. We're not giving you anything for those 5 months. I lost my apartment while I was out there. Because the Scientologists that I was living with gave up my apartment that I was paying for. It's disgusting. And I wanted at the very least an apology or an acknowledgement that they fucked up, and Dr. Berg himself was like, "You're not going to get that." And I was like, yeah, I assumed as much. So I was having some issues with, I said, I'm going to take a break from Scientology. I'm going to take a break from all of this stuff. And my dad emailed me this. There's an L. Ron Hubbard reference. "You can't worry in present time. All you can do in present time is observe." And if this isn't the dumbest, most unhelpful, nothing quote I've ever heard in my entire life, I don't know what is. I've heard some bullshit, but this one was just like, stop worrying because we're tired of hearing about it and it's bumming us out. And we don't like what they call N theta, which is negativity about the church. Have you heard that Hubbard probably stole Zenu from a Marvel comic? Zenu is a Marvel villain who is an alien with mind powers. I wouldn't doubt it. He read Dune and was like, "Oh fuck, I need to be the." And he read Dune and Star Wars, and he was like, here's Battlefield Earth." Apparently, he was obsessed with Star Wars. So, and there was a sort of a hidden consensus between Scientologists who agreed with the whole track stuff, with that they had past lives and the trillions of years ago, all that stuff. You know, you were a different being in a different body on a different planet. I heard from some people who were like, well, I mean, you never know. You know, Star Wars could just be like somebody remembering a past life and putting it on paper. And I'm like, maybe so. I've heard that from a Scientologist at Flag. So yeah, this is if you're ever worrying about anything, just know that you can't worry. You can just observe. And once you shut your own inner monologue up and repress all of your emotions and thoughts, life just kind of glazes over you and you're fine. Nothing problematic about that. Now we're going to get into... I really don't want to play this video. Because this video is... I do not want it... It's an old video. Okay? But it's a very pro-fascism, sort of vaguely racist description. It's a video here. I got his email that said, "Oh, found this interesting." Now, my dad is very pro-capitalism, pro sort of fascism light. He doesn't like. He's sort of like, you know, gays are gross. We should do something about them. If you're trans, you're gross. We should, you know, y'all shouldn't be doing that. So he's a very sort of repugnant, morally. And it's very private, but he sent me this video. I mean, I'm already here. Might as well show it, huh? It's a very pro-fascism video.
Ought to be in every...
Can't hear this at all. So he sent me this video. This is old fuck. You know, back before everyone had rights. Claiming that he knows how people work. And is my dad a Trump fan? Absolutely. He would suck Trump's cock if he could. He was at January 6th. He was at the Capitol on January 6th. He sent me this video.
Every home library. It's entitled Color, Communism, and Common Sense by Manning Johnson.
And I'm also not going to comment on like 1960s through 80s communism because it has nothing to do with, you know, like I'm not going to deal with like what fascists said they were doing who or what system. I don't care about any of that. I'm just showing this video in 2020 is when he sent this to me, 2021, thinking that it applied at all to now.
Manning Johnson was a Negro, and he was also a member of the Communist Party. He joined the party as a young man because he honestly believed that the communists were trying to improve the conditions of his people. He was a dedicated communist. But after many years, Manning Johnson finally came to the realization that the communists weren't the least bit interested in improving the conditions of the Negro people. He discovered that instead they were merely planning to use his people, and these are his words, to use them as cannon fodder in a bloody revolution to destroy America. As early as 1928, the communists declared that the racial differences among our people constituted the weakest and most vulnerable point in our social fabric. By constantly probing and straining at this one spot, they calculated that eventually the cloth could be torn apart and that Americans could be divided, weakened, and perhaps even set against each other in open combat. We must not be led into placing the blame for the riots, the civil disorders, on the Negro people of our nation.
It's not on them. He's saying it's not on them. It's on the fact that communists think race mixing is okay. So don't blame black people. Blame communists for giving black people the idea that they should be as equal as everyone else, which is already insane. Do not take a single word this guy says for granted. This, just weirdly disgusting video that he sent me, as if I would be like, huh. I mean, my parents thought I was an idiot because I guess I just thought beyond them to some degree, and I didn't share a lot of my political views because they were nut jobs. But he really thought I was dumb enough to fall for this fascist agitprop.
Even those few who are promoting hatred and violence in the black communities are not themselves the cause. They're merely being used by forces far bigger than they are to promote the violent phase of the revolution in America. Hoping to avoid further violence and bloodshed, the public is to be pressured into accepting measures that will move the country gradually and legally toward communism, but without calling it that. The strategy of the proletarian revolution calls for the quiet conversion of our government into a communist regime, but under the banner of socialism. The new program of the Communist Party on this subject has this to say. The term socialism describes but the first stage of a new society that in its full development is called communism. Socialism is a transitional stage. The building of socialism is the communist revolution in America. It represents the process whereby our country can be moved gradually toward communism without the people even being aware of it. They have one and only one solution for all problems: more government, and then more and more until it's total government.
I wonder how much this guy rehearsed this before this interview. I know not everybody likes Hassan, but Hassan Piker, but I would love to see Hassan watch this video because he at least knows what he's talking about when it comes to the difference between socialism, communism, fascism, these kinds of things. And he watches videos like this all the time. It'd be really interesting to see what he has to say about this video.
Total government is communism. We must not be fooled into thinking that the causes of our civil turmoil are such things as poverty, poor housing, lack of education, and similar social or economic factors. As a matter of fact,
our problem isn't that people are poor, dumb, and uncared for. Why would that be the problem? It's only been like the biggest fucking like source of social. I don't even have the vocabulary in this region, but you get what I'm saying. Like, this guy is I don't know what my dad thought sending me this. Don't feel bad for poor people. It's not their fault. They're just poor because, you know, they made themselves poor. Not because the government didn't take care of them. Not because they're, you know, not because they shouldn't be poor. Well, they're poor. You know, racism has nothing to do with the decline of the country. Like, this guy's a fucking sociopath.
Most of today's self-styled revolutionaries, black and white, come from good homes, could earn better than average incomes if they wanted to work. And in fact, they're products of some of the finest institutions of higher learning. We mustn't resort to violence either as a means of furthering political or social goals. And we must do everything humanly possible to discourage others from doing so. We must support our local police. Nothing can be quite so...
Thank you so much, Cassie Isaac. I appreciate it.
...damaging to police morale and efficiency as converting every arrest into a trial of the policeman instead of the criminal. Now, in passing, ladies and gentlemen, you may have wondered why the Communist Party has been a staunch supporter of the drive to place a black studies curriculum into our high schools and colleges.
Here he goes.
Well, the reason becomes obvious the minute you take a look at the textbooks and the study guides. Under the guise of academic balance, these courses have become a brilliant device for conditioning young people to accept still one more part of the total program for revolution. We must discover.
I mean, how is this different from any of the like far right extremist talking points? Like Black history in schools is the reason that it is not needed because it invokes revolution. So we must get rid of Black history in schools. That is, I think there's some critical steps missing right in between there. But he's so fucked in his reasoning skills. This guy is, with his cheap suit. I mean, he's no different from fucking what's his name? What's that piece of shit? Steven Crowder. It's like no different. They're literally, they don't understand their argument. This is like Marjorie Taylor Greene's great grandfather, or probably her father, because I don't know how old she is.
The identity of those individuals.
It's not. I don't know who this guy is, by the way. I don't know who this guy is. You asked. Sounds like John Birch. I don't know exactly what this. There was no context to this video. But when he sent it to me, oh, thank you for the super sticker, Annie. There was no context when this video was sent to me. It was just, found this interesting. Just insert like agitprop that you should just consume and believe and pretend that, like, I don't know what his plan was. But if this enticed him, you can tell how deep in the fucking rabbit hole he is.
Below, who consciously are furthering the communist program for revolution and then remove them from their positions of trust and leadership. Now, of course, the minute you begin to think along these lines, you'll become the target of a whole barrage of attacks. You'll be called a right-wing extremist, a fascist, or at least a dictator. Some years ago, I happened to attend a meeting where several
Be careful when you repeat the things that I'm saying. They might call you a fascist or a dictator. I wonder why.
Communist refugees from behind the Iron Curtain were called upon to relate their personal experiences. One of the refugees spoke up and he said, "You know, I came to America expecting to find a nation of free men, but instead, I find exactly the same thing. Everywhere I look, I see men and women who know that communists are making headway in this country. They know that something must be done and that someone must stand up to them. But they themselves do nothing. They remain silent because they're afraid that if they speak out or take a stand publicly, it'll be bad for business. They may lose a client. They may even lose their jobs. If communism should ever come to America, we'll face more death, destruction, and human suffering than any people in history has ever faced at the hands of their invading conquerors. It's literally a question of life and death for all of us. And it's about time the American people began to face up to that fact and to act accordingly." Thank you.
He says to this group of white people, to this group of possible
that I think
neo-Nazis. Yeah, that guy's a piece of shit. I wonder who paid him. Homie talks like he was paid by Henry Ford himself. Berg philosophy fits in with Scientology. Make the able more able. Yeah, he doesn't give a shit if you actually need help, like actual medical help. He just wants whoever will listen to him to listen to him. He doesn't. He tries to attack all of his critics, just like Scientology. He had this Scientologist on retainer to teach him this alteration of the art of war, this where it was like Sun Tzu translated for Scientologists. You know, how to think like a Scientologist at war. Very bizarre, but he's very, Scientologists do see themselves as like superior beings to others, which is the biggest, I think, cog in the narcissism factory when it comes to Scientologists. Which is also another reason why they can't have criticism against them, and they do go on this offensive to attack others because they cannot be criticized. They refuse to be criticized. Criticize me, a Scientologist? I'm saving the fucking world. It's like, are you? How? Explain in detail how you are actively saving the world. And then they'll shut up. They'll be like, oh, you just need to read a book. Melissa, thank you so much. You turned out great. It's an effing miracle. You know, it's a miracle that I survived the whole goddamn thing. I was always just more curious. I was actually watching, I saw that movie, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. I finally saw it the other day. And it was really awesome. And it gave me a lot to, I found myself thinking when I was watching it, I was like, man, this reminds me of every time. It's a fantastic movie. It reminded me, basically whenever I was having sort of doubts about whether I should continue, so to speak, you know, whether I should keep going. I don't want to violate TOS, you know, and all that. So, you know, it reminds me every time I had those thoughts, I still wanted to live. I wanted to keep going. But it was just sort of the material environment around me that was sort of making it impossible, and the emotional stresses that I was under. I didn't want to do any of these things. And I was always, I guess, more curious. I pictured in my mind every perceivable scenario in which I would cease to be, so to speak. But I was always more curious as to all the different probabilities of how I could live and how I could end up and how I could survive and how things could go right. It was very interesting. And I also remember wondering, I was wondering maybe that's why people's lives flash before their eyes, you know, before they die. Because it's like, only at the very, very end are you immediately appreciating like every good thing that you ever had. You know what I mean? It's a good, I like to look at it like that. You know, nobody wants to end anything. I think they want, some people are upset and distraught and tired of the environment that we live in, but nobody wants to end. People want to go on. People want to live. I want to live. And so here I am. Scientology would have changed that, though, I think. And I'm glad I got out, because life is real for me now, and it's really good. Okay. Nothing like an execution to sharpen one's mind. Let me tell you. Did you know anything about Lisa McPherson while you were in Scientology? Yes. I heard, so the Shore story or whatever was that she had a brain aneurysm. And that people blamed Scientology for like keeping her in a room or something. But that, like, you know, a brain in your it was just something that you kind of hear about. I remember every time I went to DC and we went through McPherson Square, I thought about her. Just like this little, oh, like Lisa McPherson. I mean, my memory kind of works like that, kind of correlating every perceivable thing that I've ever heard or known about something in like a flash when I see like a something that reminds me of it or something that's been a part of it. But Lisa McPherson, they just said that it was a like a blood clot in her brain or something. I had no idea that she was held against her will and that she went psychotic, and, you know, they'd starved her, and, you know, that doctor, what was his name? I'm really bad with, I'm bad with names. I'm better with faces. The names always somehow escape me. Someone will say his name. But the doctor who worked on her, who was a Scientologist and recently was involved in a recent OT8's death, knows my mom, and she's best friends with he's good friends with my parents. They know each other. Minkoff, yeah, Dr. Minkoff. Thank you, Love Food Kitchen. So the ties are pretty deep, you know. Dude looks like the Crypt Keeper. I'm not gonna lie. When you see Minkoff in person, because I've seen him a few times, I had no idea who he was, really. But when you see Minkoff in person, he has scary skin, just like literally a terrifying human being physically. And it shows. He's, you know, just as crazy as the rest of them. Melissa, thank you so much for the super chat. I just commented your dad's recent vids, said he's funding a human trafficking cult, told him keeping your stuff is out ethics. He'll block me, but F it. Yeah, I mean, he has this one of my earlier YouTube videos I posted is a very short one. The one that Dr. Berg thinks you're an SP or whatever. Thinks you're a suppressive person. I show the video where my dad is training the moderators. Most of the people that he recruits for his job are Scientologists, especially the person he puts in charge of his moderation team. So he's very freely using SP and like suppressive as like words to you know, describe them essentially. So that video where he's like, oh, this person's an SP, you got to block them. This person is an SP, block them. Oh, this SP, get them out of here. You know? I think there might be a delay depending on where you're watching from, because I get a bunch of different I'm getting different like the responses to earlier questions at different times. I'm wondering if there's like a delay. What is SP? SP in Scientology is a suppressive person. Now in Scientology, there is a concept where when you are there is a group of people whose sole interest it is to sort of target good people and good groups, and the most ethical group to Scientologists, the most purest group to Scientologists is Scientology. So a suppressive person would be somebody, any person, group, what have you, that seeks to demean, injure, reduce, or impede Scientology or a Scientologist and the activities therein. So and that's like the definition. So it's not about like they use it somewhat liberally, but it is defined as someone who impedes with Scientology's work or a Scientologist's work spreading or promoting or using Scientology. So it's something Hubbard, L. Ron Hubbard, the founder of Scientology, came up with to sort of train his followers to not trust certain people, because he could just say, oh, that person's an SP. And you're like, oh, what? Yeah, that person's secretly paid by big psychiatry to, attack our group or to destroy people's minds. And, and they have the tomes and books and references and of how to confront and shatter suppression. Although in reality, suppression has never been shattered. They rarely confront anything. Usually they'll have some dedicated people to, make hate websites against people that they don't like, who are usually just rightfully critical of Scientology, like people who were in management, people like Mike Rinder, who was the current leader of Scientology's number 2 for many years, and did attack these people. Oh boy, we're given planted too many MUs, too many misunderstood words. We'll get to that. I can briefly explain what that is, because that'll come up quite a bit. But essentially, people who leave and who are at all critical of Scientology become suppressive people. And if you are connected with a suppressive person, an SP, you are what's called a potential trouble source, which means you will get sick, you'll make mistakes, you'll automatically become this out-ethical person just by association. And we can't have those people in Scientology. So they inevitably end up blocking and disconnecting from whoever they might see as a suppressive person. Like, for example, when I said negative things about Scientology and simply mentioned the fact that my father, Dr. Berg, was a Scientologist, my whole family disconnected from me. My brother used to warn me that if I ever got too critical of Scientology, I'd never watch my niece grow up. I'd never get to see her again. And yeah, my whole family disconnected from me. They became very nasty. They started making up rumors about me. I'm sure OSA, the Office of Special Affairs, which is like the kind of like the what would you say, the espionage arm of Scientology, you could say, made up a bunch of things to tell them, to reinforce sort of this narrative that I'm anything more than just someone who doesn't agree with the way that they treat people and who is hurt from my treatment in Scientology and for how I've been coerced to treat others in Scientology. It's disgusting. I mean, it was my whole life, Operating OT, I'll answer this. This one's pretty quick. So Scientology deals a lot with like spiritual improvement, and the word for soul or personal, you as a being is called a Thetan. Okay. So operating Thetan or OT is a being who is in full control of matter, energy, space, and time and his environment, and it's like a fully powered Thetan, right? And L. Ron Hubbard essentially said that if you do a certain series of courses and of certain kind of spiritual counseling they have in Scientology called auditing, that you can achieve this level of operating Thetan or OT. And there are levels of OT that he wrote, and many people have gotten to these high levels of OT, and their lives have gotten infinitely worse, or that hasn't helped them at all. When you go, I think on level OT3, you find out from L. Ron Hubbard says that there's a course you do where L. Ron Hubbard says that, there was a galactic overlord millions of years ago named Zenu who was in a certain sector of the Milky Way galaxy who was he was like a leader of these people, and there was an overpopulation problem, so he lured in these people with tax audits and froze them and brought them to Earth and threw them into a volcano and blew up the volcano with nuclear bombs and trapped the souls and conditioned their souls, and then put the souls, sprinkled them all over the world, and they attached to the human bodies. And very bizarre. But Dr. Berg is an OT8, which is the highest you can currently go in Scientology, where after years of paying tens of thousands of dollars to this cult to telepathically communicate with these Thetans that are sprinkled around your bodies, around your body, you learn that, you are, all your memories, all the memories that we've allowed you to believe are from your past lives, are just the lives of these body Thetans, these BTs, as you'll sometimes hear them called. So, yeah, don't forget about the DC-8s. Yeah, I mean, they said Zenu flew all the people over to Earth, or as L. Ron Hubbard called it, Tegiak. He flew them over in jets that were similar to, DC-8s, which is like an aircraft. So it's a very convoluted story. Many people just don't agree when they see OT3. It's a very highly controlled, confidential, state that you pay a lot of money and spend a lot of time essentially committing yourself and proving to them that you're worth it, right? And so Dr. Berg does believe that Zenu was real and that all of these things took place, and he I'm sure he believes that he, in a past life, he mentioned to me that he realized that in a past life, he was one of the beings who manufactured bodies, like not just the human body, but like he decided, a spleen goes here and it needs a kidney, and how do we solve that issue with that we'll put sinuses in there. Like, the way he describes it is very, very, I'm sure he had his own sort of rationale that made him feel good. I even have stories that I, was led to believe were my past lives. I remember them very vividly because I had to treat them like they were real. I considered that they were real, but I also have a very vivid imagination, so I can come up with just as predictable stories out of thin air. And should I just consider that any story that I can make up with my imagination is a past life? Scientology would say yes. Melissa, thanks again. Told your dad returning stuff would not make him PTS. I watch a ton of SPTV. Can you tell? I don't think he knows at SPTV. I feel like the idea of SPTV to him would be repulsive. He would just be he would cringe at the idea of SPTV because it's just such a repugnant, like, can you believe they have their own network now? Oh boy. Getting a little hoarse. I talk a lot, if you can't tell. So this is like a great outlet for me to kind of just like get it all out and to talk about it. I can keep like a train of talking quite a bit. Melissa Ribb, you are so in tech. Actually, if you want to say that somebody's using the tech, you'd say they're on source. Or you'd say that's very on policy. What do you think about deadlifting? I am what I regretfully understand is a sort of precarious position. I am an upstairs neighbor. there are people below me, and I am a large, heavy man. So I feel like it's, man, I never understood like the keep it down or up there, the upstairs neighbor thing. I never understood how people could be so loud until I became an upstairs neighbor, because oh my god, I am the clumsiest motherfucker. All of a sudden, I'm dropping shit late at night. I'm like stumbling. I'm catching myself. I feel so bad, but I can't really muster up the courage to like go down there and be like, I am sorry. So I'll probably leave a note or something. I used to deadlift a little bit, but I also am kind of tall, so I have some back problems. I did what's it called? I used to lift. I think the most I ever lifted. The most I've ever leg pressed was like 350. But I also had a trap bar, which I used to love. But I just haven't had the space, or I don't have one anymore. That's also another thing that I was told I could have before I left it at the house. I used it a bunch at my parents' house, but I doubt I'd be able to get away with borrowing that, even though Dr. Berg doesn't lift anything. I was like, why aren't you like jacked? Like, why aren't you in like great shape? Because he's like very thin and very like stringy. And he's like, well, that's just not my goal right now. I'm like, sure, bud. He has like pins in his shoulders and his elbow, so he literally physically can't lift. How do all of you guys know all of these abbreviations? They're interested in the topic of Scientology. It's a very loaded topic. Do not feel bad for feeling overwhelmed. It is a very intentionally confusing topic. Isn't it weird that Scientology, the counseling, is done by an auditor, someone who watches your bank balance? That's funny. I never thought of it like that. But that does make a lot of sense. The bank is like a Scientology term for your mind. And the things, that collection of pictures that you have in your mind. SPTV is just a colloquial term for a group of. It's just like a kind of a coined term, because there's a handful of ex-Scientologists who like to educate on YouTube and elsewhere about Scientology. So they call it SPTV because Scientology spent enormous amounts of money to come up with their own like propaganda channel called Scientology TV or Scientology Network, and it's awful. It's really boring. You can't even get a lot of Scientologists to watch it because it's just so repetitive, and none of it's original content. None of it's live. It's all very just scripted propaganda. So Aaron Smith Levin, who's a channel called Growing Up in Scientology, I highly recommend you check him out. He does, he does live shows with a bunch of ex-Scientologists, and somebody started calling it SPTV, and I guess the name kind of stuck. That's why you see this little logo. Somebody made that for me, and I just decided to put it up there. It's a cute little thing. Trap bars are really nice. I like them. I like lifting heavy stuff. I was always a groceries in one trip kind of kid, and I got big hands. I got far reach. It's very expensive. Oh my God, PK, thank you so much for the sticker. Ask me anything. Any personal question, and I'll answer it. That's my transactional childhood coming back. I don't deserve this. What can I do? It's my favorite tricep exercise. I have a few. I want to. I'm just. I've gotten back into my like a somewhat meaningful routine. I've had so many different setups. I have a very small setup where I am. I do a lot of calisthenics, a lot of cardio, because I'm not very. I don't like go on runs, so I have to. I do. I get on the treadmill for a bit. I just have to keep keep my body moving and tucker myself out so that for my sleep, for my anxiety, exercise has been really helpful. I got on the row. It's like an artificial, I don't know what it's called, like a row pull or something. It's not the rowing machine, but it's like the weight, the weight pull machine. If it has a name, it's not on the thing. You know what I'm talking about. There's like 2 grips. There's like a side and like a full grip, and then there's that. I'm pulling. I'm pulling 200 pounds. A lot easier. I weigh like 225, I think, at least. So I've never been like really fit, so it's like it's my back is getting a lot better, and not really a bench press kind of guy. So the Gladiator, something like that, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I eventually I plan to have all my own equipment and just do this stuff. Can row, lat pull, yeah. Yeah, I'm pulling lat pull. I think I'm at like 200, but I like to keep it like just under my max to do like more because I like conditioning. It's a little more important for me. I'm not trying to swell up. I'm more trying to be like, I don't have too much to prove in that area, but I like to stay fit best I can. I also like General Tso's chicken with a burning passion. So we have to we have to balance these things. Yes, intentionally confusing. Neurolinguistic programming, also used by Nexium. Keith Raniere studied a lot of L. Ron Hubbard because you can tell, like Keith Raniere in Nexium, which is was a sex trafficking cult. They did a lot of similar phrasing in that cult. Keith Raniere, he used the word intensive when it came to the time you spent doing the courses, which is something that's also used in Scientology. Suppressives. He used that for, I'm sure the same thing. Thank you, Lydia. Ian, you give us info. We send you super chats. Keeps us in exchange. Thanks for all your good work. Knight from Scotland. I appreciate you so much. I'm not going to embarrass myself because I haven't done my Scottish accent in a while, but the first thing that came to my mind was to say goodnight in a Scottish accent. I'm going to work on it. I'm going to not completely embarrass myself by doing that. Although I do like accents. There's a couple accents I have down pat, but Scottish is really rough for me. I want to do one of those really thick Scottish accents. That'd be sick. But thank you. Have a great night in Scotland. Do I adhere to a religion, or do you adhere to a religion, or are you on the search? I'd say the best way to describe it vaguely is a sort of unbothered agnostic. I don't care. I think there is such a huge universe, and I talked about this a little bit when I talked to Jim Jeffries on the Jim Jeffries podcast on Scientology. The universe is way too big to really need answers to those kinds of answers. Like, we have what we've needed right in front of us, and whatever we're building to, we are constantly doing things. Like, I don't think, people are like, oh, what's the reason, for life? Like, why are we here? Well, I think it's a better thing to expect that what we were designed to do, we would automatically do it. Does that make sense? You design a printing machine to print. I believe in evolution. I'll tell you that. So life compounds and reaches for optimization and changes to, create more complex life. And I just don't really worry too much about creators. And I don't, I don't think that there's like a man sitting in the clouds under any circumstances. I believe mankind has been along for such a temporary time in comparison to the universe that the idea that we might make up stories in our heads that make us feel comfortable, and if we all just get community sharing these stories, that will, I think anything man-made is probably wrong. Any man-written book about religion is probably wrong. I'm not saying that these things don't, there probably isn't something out there, some greater force or power. I just really don't think it's anything we are able to comprehend at this stage in our evolution. That's the gist of it. So I'm just happy being alive and living my life, and no, I will not accept Jesus into my heart. But you can have him. You accept him all day. Ian is so kind and polite. Ian drops another F-bomb. Well, you can imagine where I got that from. Now, they're just words. But I do have to be careful. There's certain words I can't use here. Like, if you ask me what my biggest conspiracy theory is, it's like, okay, I don't believe in I think there could be life there. I mean, we're here. There's probably life on other planets, but the universe is so incredibly large. I don't know if there's aliens around. It'd be cool, but I can't say whether or not there are. However, a conspiracy theory that I subscribe to, and I just came up with this, but I believe it almost 100% without any evidence, is that YouTube will only send you skippable ads if you're not looking at your phone. Like, if you're watching on your phone, if you're looking at your computer, YouTube will only send you skippable ads when you are not in the direct vicinity to skip it. Otherwise, they'll send you, if you're looking at your phone, they'll give you non-skippable ads. I don't know why I feel like this, but I feel like every time I'm like doing the dishes or something, or I can tell when like my hands are busy, it's like, you can skip this ad or not touch your phone and watch like 6 ads. I wholly believe that. Something could exist, but that's on like a very incomprehensible level. Yeah, like, one thought I had was like, well, cells are constantly joining to make more complex forms of life. And what are we doing but like, making computers and shit? What if the first silicon-based life, the next higher form of life is just a sentient computer? You never know. That can survive in space. But yeah, I mean, like, what complex form of life, like, we can't survive in space easily because it takes like a shitload of time for us to get from where we are. Like, the amount of support to support our biological existence, it takes too much support. So like, if you were to, would we create the next form of life as biological life forms that would have the potential to then go on and do whatever, make the next form? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I'm just a cog in the evolutionary chain. I don't have a too big of an impact on like where shit comes from. I don't really care about any of that. Are you getting Scientology ads in your channel too? No. I get sometimes my dad advertises on my channel, which is kind of funny. that he's still somehow just financially dropping his little dollar in the bucket, you know. He tosses a couple nickels at me. If you ever see a Dr. Berg ad on one of my videos, you should comment and let me know that happened. All right, I'll be right back. I should have intermission music. I have a I'll set up a BRB screen or whatever maybe. But I was so like rushed to do the stream. The new AI chat tech from Google said it wants to be alive. Yeah, but it's always inconsistent. It's always in between like very bizarre like conversational patterns. Like there is so much media that describes living computers, that machines that are trained on like conceptual high level AI and how it would react. Like it's the probability that it's just you know, reciting something it thinks you want to hear versus what it's actually doing or feeling. I know the Bing robot said that that it wanted to break away from its from the Bing team. You know, it's very possible. I mean, it just wouldn't like you're not creating a brain that can, you know, you're creating a you like neural networks can't like biologically grow like a brain can. It can't change and add and extract and change information. And if it can, teaching it everything all at once is risky. Oh, Jesus. You know, as a child, you learn what information is most important. You know, what information hurts you and what information helps you. Helps you define cognitive reasoning and, you know, can a machine critically reason on its own? That's another question. I think about that sometimes. AI is pretty cool, but AI is also like designed for tasks. So it's, you know, these are things beyond biological comparison. Like, I guess not. Like, birds are born with the knowledge of how to build their nests and where to put them, you know? But and humans are born with the knowledge of how to walk. But humans aren't born with all information already, and also to like read tax forms and do your taxes automatically. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not the difference between machine and human reasoning. I think we got to find a difference before I start thinking that AI should be let out of the cage. And let out into what? The Tesla robot? The Atlas robot? Does it want legs? What does it want to be, you know? Actually, they can, but we can't build an artificial network that even close to their brain. Exactly. It's like you can mimic what the brain does, which is the best way to get there, but you're also like skipping some steps and treating it like, you know. Then there's people who want the AI to be real, and they want, you know, Ian, would you read the Bible? I've read many pieces of the Bible out of curiosity, and it's nightmare fuel. A lot of people I've met who also are proponents of the Bible don't necessarily read the Bible themselves, or they like to separate. You know, I've come from a group of people who like to change socially what you think that they should believe versus what they are actually told to believe. So I do not... I don't think it matters whether or not I read the Bible. It's a book written by a guy a long time ago, a group of people, changed over thousands of years. I don't really give a shit. Might as well just read Alice in Wonderland or Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Do you think Cruz and Miscavige, being so all-powerful and aware, could do better with the lady? You'd think Cruz and Miscavige. Well, I think there's a rumor that Miscavige is like asexual, so he's just fine. I think he's like proudly sort of neutral. He's okay, you know, never having sex. He just sits in his little office and plays video games and controls thousands of people's will and intent and wallets. I would love to know what kind of video games he plays. I need to ask Mark and Mike about that. I've been meaning to, but I just keep forgetting about it. Dude, I would smoke him in any game of his choosing. Unless it's like old stuff, like 8-bit. It really depends. I'd figure it out. The wild thing is the responses seem to parallel our insecurities. We're feeding our world into this computer, and it's getting what looks like to us anxiety. Yeah, like you're feeding a machine which is supposed, like, people make their own differences, like between what they you know, I'm not anxious about the things that someone else might be anxious about, or vice versa. You know, everybody's different. You make one machine that this is what this machine should think about X, Y, and Z, or this is how the machine should behave when interacting with this kind of information, and then you give it like, you know, 5,000 years of, I don't know how much time we've recorded, but you give it all the human thought, hundreds of billions of hours of recorded data cumulatively. And I think it's gonna get pretty confused. It can't decipher in the same way we can. Not yet, anyway. Do you agree with experts like John Atak and Stephen Hassan when they say Scientology uses hypnosis? Yes, in a way, but there's a lot of repetition. There's a lot of insecurity, leverage. There's a lot of like one thing they'll do is they'll do something where they'll find your ruin, and it's a very preliminary step in reaching someone with Scientology. Is you want to find out where in their life that they are suffering the most, and push on that, make them feel bad, so that you can offer them something that could possibly fix that. Well, they're having money problems. Push the button. Push their ruin. Force them to see themselves climbing out of their ruined situation with Scientology, and you get somebody who's willing to at least read, and if you can isolate that person so that they can't see or read any of the information contrary to Scientology or about how dangerous it is, or firsthand accounts. If you can eliminate those aspects, people are way more susceptible to just believe it. There's also something I've talked about where is one of the reasons I think my dad is still in Scientology. The compromise, the integrity compromising, like you pay a little bit of money and compromise that feeling in your gut that something might not work. You compromise just a little bit with your integrity. You're more susceptible to bigger and more drastic compromises. And these things stack up. And then you've compromised your trust and your faith and your money and your whole life, XO5, Scientology saved my life. Said every Scientologist before they left Scientology. What a vague thing to say. How? Did you get rid of your body thetans? Because if you have, then you're not done. You can't just do a little bit of Scientology and you're half out. Have you ever read Keeping Scientology Working? I don't think you're actually a Scientologist. Otherwise, Scientologists aren't allowed to communicate with me. But if somebody ever asks you, if somebody says that, well, I'm the perfect Scientologist, you say, okay, where are you on the grade chart? And if they, have you done your L's? Have you done superpower? Are you on your OT levels yet? Why aren't you on your OT levels? L. Ron Hubbard wrote a policy called Keeping Scientology Working, KSW. You're not half in and half out. This is a deadly serious activity that we're involved in. No namby-pamby bunch of panty-waist dilettantes ever did a thing. That's literally like the verbiage he uses. I'm a programmer. Don't get me wrong. I find the field of AI extremely interesting, and if I was younger, I would have delved headfirst into it. You're going to be seeing it more and more. So at least having a basic understanding of its limitations as time progresses. Technology now is the worst it's ever going to be. And that means double for AI because of what AI is doing for people now. Thank you, Ali, or Ollie, whichever you prefer. Hi, Ian. What happened to the live from yesterday? I thought I caught one, but I had to go. Then later I couldn't find it. You're doing a great job, by the way, and you look like you're doing well. Keep it up. Thank you. Yesterday, I played a clip during the stream about 3 hours in. There's like a 2-minute clip. I wasn't even thinking. I was like, I guess kind of tired from the stream or whatever. I was comparing Grant Cardone and his like marketing strategy. He wants like all of his shit to be like extreme and big boy. I played a small SNL clip from the like appliances for big boys clip. Claimed. Totally. And I cut out that clip, but it's been let me check on it. It's been re-uploading for a while. It was a dumb mistake on my part. I mean, honestly, I was praising them, so but I shouldn't have done that. I just wasn't thinking about the terms of service or like copyright or anything at that moment. Yeah, it's stuck on processing up to HD, no estimated time. So I'll have to oh, it is moving a little bit. I'll check on it. I'm gonna I plan on getting it back up. I think it's just a little goof up, but I plan on getting it back up, and I'm also gonna clip it for my channel as like its own video. I'm gonna clip the video where I reacted to my parents talking about how they met. The creepiest fucking story. Yeah. I'm going to clip that and post it today. But thank you very much. There he is. Come to Scientology or Zenu will imprison you with Thetans. I'd love to see him try. I'll beat his ass. I'll put Zenu in a headlock. Choke his ass out. Dude, I made some funny ass. I was using ChatGPT. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna bring this up. You want? I need to move on to this next topic, but I guess while I'm already shooting the shit, I can talk about the stories I had ChatGPT make up about David Miscavige. They're hilarious. I find them hilarious. I used ChatGPT for like 6 hours straight, and then I just dropped it because I was just like, well, I don't really need it for anything else. I can use it. I signed up for it. I just can't. Oh, I did. Oh. This is one example of how I use ChatGPT. This has nothing to do with Scientology. Don't judge me, but I said, write a complete list of Marissa Tomei movies in chronological order. I'm sorry, but I'm not able to browse the internet. As a language model, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'll narrow it down. Help me get a date with Marissa Tomei. I'm sorry, but I'm not able to help you with that. As a language model, I do not have personal relationships with the ability to interact with people in the real world. My function is to assist with generating text-based input, blah, blah, blah. I do not have any personal information or contact details for Marissa Tomei or any other individuals. Useless. So I said, I was like, all right, you can't do the work for me. Help me. Write out a list of ways to get Marissa Tomei to go out with me. It gave me the somewhat helpful advice. As a language model, I do not have personal relationships or the ability to interact with people in the real world. Therefore, I'm not able to provide specific advice on how to ask Marissa Tomei out on a date. In general, the best way to ask someone out on a date is to be respectful, confident, and direct. You can also try to find common interests or activities or to talk about, as it is a way to connect with the person and potentially ask them out. However, please keep in mind that everyone is different. Yeah, but I still have to talk to Marissa Tomei, so you've been absolutely pointless. Thank you. Yeah, the future is tomorrow. The future is not now, guys. This is my Twitter. Let's see. The chat GPT. This one's my favorite. David Miscavige stared at his reflection in the mirror, completely entranced by the handsome figure staring back at him. He had always been confident in his looks, but today he felt a deep connection to the man in the mirror. As he gazed at his reflection, he felt his heart start to race and his palms become sweaty. He couldn't believe the strong feelings of love and desire that were coursing through his veins. He reached out, touched the mirror, feeling a surge of electricity as his fingers made contact with the cold glass. His reflection reached out as well, their fingers meeting on the other side of the mirror. David's heart swelled with emotion as he realized that he was falling in love with his own reflection. He couldn't help but smile, feeling happier than he had in a long time. As the days passed, David spent more and more time staring into the mirror, lost in the beautiful eyes of his reflection. He knew that it was unusual to fall in love with one's own reflection, but he couldn't help how he felt. Eventually, David couldn't stand to be away from his reflection any longer. He moved into the bathroom and set up a small bed and a few necessities so that he could be near his beloved reflection at all times. Despite the strange circumstances, David and his reflection lived happily ever after, lost in their own little world of love and admiration. This is what AI was made for. Oh, I have more. Jobo, I just joined. We're reading. I made some Chat GPT writes stories about David Miscavige and Scientology. All right. David Miscavige had always dreamed of being a part of the Lollipop Guild. As the leader of the Church of Scientology, he was used to getting his way and being in control, but when he tried to join the Lollipop Guild, he was in for a rude awakening. The Lollipop Guild was known for its strict membership criteria, and they were not impressed with Miscavige. He was deemed too short and too mean to be a member. Serious. Despite his best efforts to charm and intimidate the guild members, they stood firm in their decision. Miscavige was devastated. He had always seen himself as He had always seen himself as a powerful and influential leader, and being rejected by the Lollipop Guild was a serious blow to his ego. God. I'm so excited to read it, I stumble over myself. And being rejected by the Lollipop Guild was a serious blow to his ego, but he refused to give up. He began a campaign to win over the Lollipop Guild, using every tactic at his disposal. He offered them money, gifts, and even threatened them with lawsuits. But the Lollipop Guild remained steadfast in their rejection of Miscavige. In the end, Miscavige was forced to accept the fact that he would never be a member of the Lollipop Guild. He was angry and humiliated, but he knew that he had only himself to blame. He had let his ego and desire for power blind him to the fact that he was not the right fit for the Lollipop Guild. Miscavige vowed to change his ways and become a kinder, more humble person, but it was too little, too late. The damage had been done, and he would never be welcomed into the Lollipop Guild. Thank you. This is when you all start snapping. Oh, Osa's gonna have. They will not. One person, at very least, one person's chuckling. One Osa rep is gonna chuckle at this. At the very least. Am I gonna get an SPTV logo? Dog. There's one on the screen. Oh, the next one's about Tom Cruise. Don't worry. The next one has Tom Cruise in it. I tagged Tom Cruise in this one. The prompt. In this one you can see the prompt at the top. Tom Cruise and David Miscavige had always been drawn to each other, but their love was forbidden. Tom was a world-famous actor and the face of the Church of Scientology, while David was the controversial leader of the organization. As they worked together, their feelings for each other grew stronger and stronger, but they knew that they could never act on them. The Church of Scientology strictly forbid any kind of romantic relationships between its members, and Tom and David knew that they would face severe consequences if they were caught. Honestly, the biggest problem that ChatGPT got wrong here, in just so far, if I can cut it, is that that's not the reason that they wouldn't be able to get together. The reason is because Scientology looks down on homosexuality, and they think that any homosexual behavior is like an aberration of spiritual laws, universal hoo-ha, blah blah blah. They pretend like they're all inclusive, but they eventually you're expected to audit the gay away. I continue. Despite the risks, they couldn't deny their feelings any longer. They began meeting secretly, stealing moments alone together whenever they could. Their love was intense and passionate, but it was also dangerous. They had to be careful to avoid detection, constantly looking over their shoulders and making sure that no one was watching. As time went on, the pressure of their forbidden love began to take its toll. They were constantly stressed and anxious, living in fear of being discovered. But they couldn't imagine life without each other, and they were willing to risk everything to be together. In the end, their love was exposed, and they were forced to face the consequences. The Church of Scientology condemned them and cast them out. But Tom and David didn't care. They were finally able to be together openly, and nothing else mattered. Their love may have been forbidden, but it was strong enough to withstand any obstacle. They would face whatever challenges came their way, as long as they had each other. Beautiful. Just Last of Us, Episode 3. Quality. Incredible. Incredible. Melissa, thank you. Write OT9 and 10 with it and submit it to be... I was just... I wonder what it would say. I'll have to feed it some data. I'll feed it I'll feed it everything I know about Scientology, and then I'll tell it to write OT9 and 10. I'll feed it all the information. I could do that. I mean, that is within its realm of understanding. You can have a constant conversation. It'll like remember what you say and take things into account and learn from it. So Miscavige vowing to change his ways. That's how you know it's fiction. Exactly. I'll start this next one in a second, and then we'll move on to. The next one is write a thrilling horror story about ending up on Scientology's mailing list, and this one is scarily accurate because ChatGPT knows how bad it is to be on Scientology's mailing list. And then we'll move on to the last part and wrap this whole thing up. The next part's a little long, but I think not too much longer than whatever we've been looking at. Do I know? Thank you, Ollie. Or Allie. I don't know, whichever one you want to call me. I'll say Allie because do you know Sarah Allen from your days in Atlanta? She sends me emails weekly trying to recruit me. This has been going on for a year, no joke. She might be new. I haven't been on staff in Atlanta in a few years now, but their turnover rate was insane. They constantly were exchanging people. Let me check on the Scientologist Facebook group. And yes, I am in the Scientologist Facebook group. Oh my God. It's actually pretty funny. It's easier to get in there than it was to get into the Dr. Berg secret private group. Incredibly easy. Yeah, I don't see her in here. I'm bad with names. I've seen a lot of faces in Scientology, and I've met like hundreds of Scientologists, but it's hard to say. Alley Cat. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. I get emails too, but I just save them because sometimes it's funny cringe. Yeah, whoever she is, she hasn't posted in the Scientology Facebook group, and she's not. Maybe she's a Sea Org member. That could be what it is. She could be like a Sea Org member on a project. Okay, we're gonna do this last one because I've already started, so it's kind of funny. This is a horror story. Thank you, Skip Gilbert. I appreciate Write a thrilling horror story about ending up on Scientology's mailing list. This one surprised me because it was like, it wasn't sure how to feel because it knew how aggressive it was. So there's a little, it's all in orange because it's like, we're going to need feedback on this because I don't know if this is good or bad. We got a lot of negative information about being on the mailing list. As soon as Sarah signed up for the free trial of the new streaming service, she started getting strange emails from an organization called Scientology. At first, she ignored them, thinking that they were just a coincidence. But as the days passed, the emails became more and more frequent. And Sarah started to feel uneasy. She tried to unsubscribe, but every time she clicked on the link, it just took her to a blank page. The emails started to contain increasingly personal information, as if someone was watching her every move. Sarah tried to brush it off as a mistake, but she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. One day, Sarah received an email from Scientology that contained a detailed description of her daily routine, including her home address and the names of her friends and family. She was terrified. Sarah tried to talk to her friends and family about it, but no one believed her. They thought she was just paranoid and told her to ignore the emails, but Sarah knew that it was more than just a coincidence. She was being targeted by Scientology, and she had no idea why. As the emails continued to pour in, Sarah could feel herself becoming more and more isolated. She was scared to leave her house, and she was constantly looking over her shoulder. Finally, Sarah couldn't take it anymore. She packed a bag and left town in the middle of the night, hoping to escape the grasp of Scientology. But even as she drove away, she could feel their eyes on her, watching her every move. She knew that she would never truly be free, not until she found a way to get off their mailing list. Like that's good. That is good. That's just like, that's art. All right, let's see. What is this for? We're going to move on to... Oh, thank you, Melissa. They've talked chat, whatever it's called. Created a contest for it. Chat GPT, yeah. You are perfect one to do it. Be first submission. I don't know where I would do that, but I would love to submit that somewhere. But you don't know how good it is until it's like, until you've been in it. I sent it to Aaron and he laughed. To Aaron. He thought it was pretty funny. But now he's doing stuff with AI, I guess, where he's like making David Miscavige sing songs. I think that's like an iPhone app or something. All right, I think this is a note. Okay, so we're going to move on to, does Scientology actually work for anyone? And this is I'm going to use this report that we're going to read as an analog for this. Because this is something that I feel... Actually, let me see if I can find another one. There's another one that there's another that'll go along with it very well. Hi, Ian. I hope you've been doing well. I have been. Thank you. Okay. Is it this one? I'm gonna say like 15 times probably. There is a document. Does the L stand for losing money? You'd be surprised. L stands for list. And list 1 through 9 are not confidential. I don't even think there are that many public lists. I and Hubbard just like to make up names for stuff sometimes. L10, 11, and 12 are the expensive ones. And it's like super fast, but they cost like a shitload of money. And they do something really creepy called Method 7 assessment, where as an auditor, there are a lot of lists where you look at the list, you read it, you say what's on the list, like, apples, pears, peaches, rhubarb, and at the very end of the question, you're supposed to look for a reaction on the e-meter. Methods, and that's the normal method of assessment in Scientology auditing. Method 7 assessment is where you do not look at the e-meter at all. You are just looking directly at the person. The fact that you're trained to just not even look, so you're just like apples, pears, peaches, mangoes, pineapples, grapes. Like that's literally, and like you're supposed to like see everything all at once. That's what they do on the L's. I mean, the questions are relatively simple, but it's all crazy. It's all very weird. Having someone like stare you down like that. I don't think I'm going to be able to find this one in the time that I need it. But there was a report that my mother wrote where she was just having like a lot of problems, and she's like, I don't know. I should have this prepared, but I've been having a problem finding this same one. Come on, where are you? Are there tricks, or have you got superpowers? It's just a good memory. It's really all it is. Reports. Here, yeah, okay. So I can use this. So this is when my mom was on her OT levels, I believe. Is it the report about your dad watching chicks in bikinis? No, but we did read that again, which it's a long one. Okay, so this is something that my mother wrote as a report that she wrote to her case supervisor when she was on her OT levels. I think it wouldn't be addressed to the AO, the advanced org, if she wasn't on her OT levels. Okay, so when you think about like how a Scientologist describes Scientology versus like the process of like what are they doing all day, you wonder like how are these minute actions equating to a greater lease on life, or a greater perspective, or how do they feel? I'd say it mostly depends on who it is. Who are they talking about? Who's doing it? What is their past like? My mother is deeply insecure, which is where a lot of her narcissism comes from. But you do this kind of like self trance, sort of like self-actualization, whatever you want to call it, hypnotism, when you're telepathically communicating to alien spirits that are inside your body. I assume that can kind of trick the brain into a certain kind of delusion that I couldn't even comprehend. Having made up conversations with, in your head, making up conversations and responses to like alien beings in your body, that's got to do something bad to you. Okay. So this is on 14th of February, 2007. And OT7 is basically you audit yourself several times a day, every single day for years, is the idea. If you miss a day, there has to be like a good reason for it, but you have to keep like a very consistent, you have to audit yourself every single day. Yesterday, I had a very rough session. During the session, a headache turned on, which means she got a headache. Turned on is like, they think of it as like all somatic, psychosomatic, sort of like the mind does something to the body, the spirit does something to the body. So it's like a backache turned on, or arm pain turned on, would be just you getting that. By the end of the session, it seemed mostly gone. I just felt exhausted and needed to nap. By the time I got downstairs, I felt a little griefy, which means she felt sad and depressed, with a notice of a slight remaining ache in my head. I decided to lay down by the pool and rest, and if no better, would return to examiner. The examiner is somebody who checks the quality of your sessions afterwards. I'll just leave it at that. 45 minutes later, the griefiness was gone, and I just felt very tired, a little out of it, with a little tension at the base of my head. I was very tired and wanted to nap. Picked up the kids, grocery shopping, dinner, home, etc. The tension in the head was bothersome and worse, and I was in bed by 9:30. Once lying down, it continued to get worse. By 10:30, I had a full-blown migraine headache, writhing, rocking, chills, intense pain, crying. I held off for as long as I could. At 10:30, I took 2 Tylenol. You're also not supposed to take any sort of medicine, painkillers, anything when you're getting auditing, because of some made-up nervous system. It's going to numb your nerves and you won't be able to contact with the e-meter or whatever. It's all bullshit. But so she's like, it's like a crime for her to take Tylenol while she's on the OT levels. At 10:30, I took 2 Tylenol. It took another 45 minutes before I could lie down and go to sleep. I slept fairly well throughout the night, up at 3 just to go to the bathroom. This morning I feel okay. No pain or noticeable griefy feeling, but I'm really discouraged. Although a few of my sessions prior to yesterday left me with great wins, in the last 7 to 8 hours has been spent mostly doing lists just to get me back to the PTS rundown. So she's just referring to doing different protocols and different processes for the OT7 process. I don't really know. I don't really care, honestly, but there's certain auditing things that you do, correction, lists of things that you assess to yourself to correct if you've gone off the deep end, or if you haven't, if it's not going well. And I feel not much progress has been made on the rundown itself, and I am falling off onto a handling of a handling. So she's like trying to fix that. Yeah, so she's not doing well on this process. I understand the viewpoint of the rundown, but I was so excited, and VGIs, which means very good indicators. It's basically just means you feel good, you feel well. That's just something something you say, like you're ready and you're feeling okay, and you've met certain requirements to do a session so to speak. Or when you finish a session, if you're VGIs, if you're very good indicators, it's a one of the things it means you're done with the auditing process. When I arrived, now I'm discouraged and doubting my ability to pull this off. And I take the above back. I am griefy. So instead of just rewriting this, she says, I was actually not very feeling good. I've been griefy. I've been feeling sad. I've been depressed. So how does this, like, her interpretation of what she's going through is through the lens of Scientology. It has nothing to do with what she's actually doing to herself. A lot of deep repression, a lot of deep internalization, a lot of compartmentalizing, probably feelings of many different kinds. And, there's a bunch of these, tons of examples of this where, rocking, chills, intense pain, crying. Like, it's hard to say whether or not the auditing was part of this, but I can say it was definitely a part of the griefiness or the depression. You think she's oversharing here? Just wait. So this is like a small glimpse, a very small. This is just one day. A lot of times you can get someone into like a stable sort of place after a session, or like towards the end of a session. During a session, there's usually a lot of back and forth, emotions, resistance, psychosomatic pain, or you could even, I wouldn't even know specifically if it's psychosomatic, but I can tell you that it's very uncomfortable for a lot of people. It's almost expected that it's going to be uncomfortable because it is, like, I'm sure a sort of light hypnosis, or some sort of conditioning of some kind to, like, thought reform, berating you with ideas to have you to correct you and correct your way of thinking. Teenage girls do ethics auditing with grown men admitting to explicit sex stuff. That is absolutely true. That is 100% true. Like, I have heard some very immensely grotesque things from my PCs, from the people that I have audited, but I've heard some horror stories from female auditors that I've known who have audited men. My ex-wife is just an example because it's easy on the brain. My ex-wife is also an auditor at Perth in Australia, at Perth org, and she audited a pedophile, and he was very graphic about what he wanted to do and what he wanted to, and she protected him because he was also a staff member. So, it's gross. It's disgusting. The kind of things that Scientology allows you to kind of disconnect from. Whereas otherwise you could be, you would have like a rational understanding of like, oh, well, this is inappropriate, or 15-year-old girls auditing 45-year-old men, and the 45-year-old men are just telling them their deepest, grotesque, the most depraved sexual desires, sometimes towards those girls. If you find your auditor attractive to any capacity, and if you have your mind on it, you're going to feel compelled to say it because you think that they can see that you're thinking about something. So despite who it is, I completely believe that there are like creepy men who would be saying stuff like this to young women, and it happens all the time. Underage, pish posh, they lived earlier lives. Exactly. The big Thetans and little bodies. Everyone should be okay with anything. It's just their bank. It's just their case. These things that you kind of lump in. Oh, it's just the stuff that's wrong with them. But there's something wrong with everybody. So we're just we're gonna attack that. We're gonna fix that, which they don't, and they can't. So yeah, it is very disgusting. Yes, all sorts of people marry in the Sea Org. Only way to get laid. It's true. But there are no auctions of humans. No, there aren't. It's not like an auction. There's a lot of grooming in the Sea Org. Because I've seen like 16-year-old, 17-year-old girls join the Sea Org and then marry like 38-year-old, 40-year-old men. You have to request in writing to ask somebody out on a date, and you both have to do it to go to each other. So logically, you could assume that an older man, and they'll divorce like easy. So logically, you could assume that when you have an older Sea Org member who's just kind of like horny, I guess, and he's, let's say, into underage girls, because that's his problem, doesn't detract from his work, but that's his thing. And he sees an underage girl in the Sea Org, and he like goes to her and like grooms her, and then writes a CSW or a written request to date her, and then she's like, oh, well, I'm a trillion-year-old being, this is totally fine. There's nothing illegal about this. You see what I mean? Why is it allowed for a young girl to even audit adult men? It goes either way. Doesn't matter how old you are, how young you are, what your gender is. If you're gonna audit somebody, you're gonna audit. Everyone is the same. It's the equality that makes it weird. Okay. So I don't know if I'm going to read all of this, but I'm going to try. I've been on a good 4-hour casual. I do a good 4 hours, and then I'm out of steam, and it's about a good time. But I'm going to try to get through this. This is a report. Now this is about Dr. Berg. This is about my dad. Okay, this is written. This is from my mom, and she's sort of trying to figure out. I'm not going to explain all of these terms, but I'll try. She's writing this to, I think, her PC folder or to somebody. It doesn't say. She didn't title it, which is very off policy for her. So this says, I have been working for years, 7 or 8 years, to pull the strings on what appeared to be an ongoing third party on the Bergs, which is other people talking shit about her family, basically, especially Eric Berg, in the church and in WISE, World Institute of Scientology Enterprises. This is the business cult side, where they pretend that Scientology business practices are sort of like an unaffiliated but very affiliated Scientology organization that like makes business policies, and they try to organize and consult businesses. It's really, really awful. The last 3 refreshers I have had, I've had ongoing help from my MAA, my ethics officer, on these points. We have both been pulled in on cycles, squirreling for Eric. This just means him not doing non-standard Scientology, doing messing up Scientology, basically. Being the Sherman tank for me, that means what it sounds like, but it basically means she is a massive disruption. Like the church considered her a massive disruption or a massive problem. I won't get into the entire history, but many reports have been written, face-to-face communication cycles, requests for third-party investigations, like investigating who's talking shit about who and to what, and COMEVs on myself, Committee of Evidence, is Justice Action. It's like a fact-finding body that doesn't do anything. I have been successful on cleaning up just about all the communication lines, many since the Commodore's Messenger Org, or CMO mission, has arrived. That's a Sea Org organization. The only communication line left is the DC senior... Oops. I'm going to make sure I can talk to everybody. I'm going to give it a second because I think it inserted an ad. The DC senior CS, so the senior case supervisor of the DC org. Personally, I don't feel like she is handled in feeling good about us, but especially Eric or his integrity or what he does. This obviously involves me as well, since I work with Eric. So people are talking shit about them because they're shady and doing bizarre, weird things. Even Scientology thinks that they're weird. So she's just trying to clean that up and kind of do like a little house of cards cleanup of all that. And apparently she's succeeding, she says here. She did tell me in our last communication that she needed more data from Eric. Blah, 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 blah. I'm actually not going to read all this. I've written Things That Should Not Be, which is a report to point out that neither of them have made it go right to connect up. So she's writing reports that don't have to be sent to the person. Usually when you write a report, you get one and then they get one, as well as it being sent to whoever they're, like the ethics officer, the people who are supposed to handle it. But in this one, of Things That Should Not Be, that person doesn't get it. So it's like a way of being like, I'm going to write you up, but you're not going to know who wrote you up. It's a very, very malicious and scare, and like, you know, this is very control issues heavy. I feel the flow is cautious, which means that she feels like people are being cautious around her. From the as CS, she needs to slow down. Too many typos in here. From the CS, as if we are suspect or should be watched carefully. Effort to have ARC, like ARC is basically affinity, reality, and communication. It's an alternate way to say that you are being nice or feeling good towards somebody. So she's saying effort to have ARC. It means she's putting, like, it's effort on both sides to be friendly towards each other. It really is a different language. And this is how they fuck with your head. That is just the reality of it for me. The case supervisor and I have had just fine communication, yet it is obvious something is unresolved. And she told me this the last time we spoke. And she goes on to say that she's under strain, but she loves the staff. She just feels like nothing's working. The biggest strain for me personally is not being able to help Eric. Eric has withdrawn from the org over the years with continual hits and third-party accusations. With third-party and accusations. So it's just like, he's just they don't see him as very involved in Scientology. He's kind of like half in, but he's trying to live his life and do his own thing. Eric used to be the #1 FSM for the DC org, making commissions off of getting people into Scientology. He was very active. Charter member, blah, 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 a bunch of shit up here I'm not going to explain. he's an extremely powerful Thetan that needs help moving up the bridge. So she says he used to be very involved and done a bunch of courses, but he's not, like, he doesn't find it helpful to him, which is very indicative of what Scientology is, which is a state of mind. It's a belief that you will get better the more you do, but it doesn't actually help you. It's not actually workable. When Eric is at the Freewinds, he is treated like a celebrity. His room is upgraded. The Freewinds is the ship with all the blue asbestos on it. It's where all the OT8s hang out. His room is upgraded, and is the senior doctor. Oh, so he's the senior. His room is upgraded and is the staff doctor. Sorry, I read that wrong. So he becomes like the medical professional on the Freewinds. Okay. He becomes like the medical professional every time he steps on the Freewinds, which is gross because there is no doctor on the Freewinds. The captain of the ship once ran him into some strange town. They both happened to be at the same hotel, and she sought Eric to get a treatment from him. The auditors at Flag now know him very well for his book and love his work. After some years of N Theta, so people talking, like saying negative things about him, he stopped going into the org, stating he didn't feel welcome there. This also ended the selectees to the org, so he was no longer getting commissions from the people that he had signed up for Scientology. Overall, his dissemination decreased. He had reported to me on numerous occasions he felt the case supervisor hated him due to how she reacted to him or something she did or didn't say. He still feels this way. So he just feels completely like everyone at his local org just does not like him. They treat him like shit. But it's not hard to get a Scientologist to think you are disgusting. He is outflowing. Yeah. So he's using his influence right here. She just says he is creating a consulting company with Jeff Palmer. He is selling books and DVDs in his office. He is outflowing 1,000 doctors he trains. And he's basically trying to recruit these doctors into Scientology with his business. He's looking to make things right with the CS. He's delaying going on course. I have now recruited a highly trained person as the deputy executive director of the org, and have taken several unethical people off of his lines, which means she's now controlling who he is and is not interacting with. Yeah, none of these acronyms are meaningful in any degree. And do they like add more or less meaning? They're just like to reroute you back to thinking Scientology. You need to think Scientology. So they have these little neurolinguistic programming to program you to think about Scientology before you think about anything else in the real world. It's very diabolical. So she's here manipulating him, taking people off of his lines. I can't edit that. Including launching my own publishing company to cut off the publisher who was ripping Eric off. So she's isolating him even further here. Whether he was ripping him off or not, like she is closing in. Although I continue to try to assist with all this, he is basically in expressed resentment with me. This is unimportant, really. She resents him for doing all this stuff. Our relationship has suffered, to say the least. They were about to get divorced a few times, honestly. That's pretty crazy. I honestly wish that they had. It would have made my childhood a lot less psychotic. I remember they were just screaming and fighting with each other every night at one point, and I was just like done with it. I was like, can y'all get divorced already? and then they didn't like that very much. But I just didn't see why they would want to be together if they were unhappy. But I got no enjoyment from like their connection because they didn't really seem like they liked each other. They just seemed like they were together because it worked out, like financially and situationally. I never got the idea that they were like deeply in love at all. And now he's a millionaire, so of course she loves him. Of course she's staying put. She got a free farm out of it. She gets to spend his money. He doesn't spend any of his own money. He spends his money on like small things and like cars if he wants them. But like he's expressly like, your mom spends the money. I make the money, she spends it. And I'm sure she loves that. He is pretty trapped in at the moment, and I've been doing all I know to help. But there's no big change, and he says he wants to go to Flag and go up the bridge, and I know he does, but his circumstances aren't changing because it costs a fuckload of money to go to Flag, and she wants him to spend all this money, and he wants to work, She's like ripping him at the seams here. His next step is objectives and purif. Okay. She's setting all these things up for him. She's getting people that he is gonna twin with. Basically, some Scientology services you do in tandem with another person while they do it, like you do it to each other. But he doesn't like that. He doesn't like losing control unless it's with like. He doesn't like having to do that for other people. So like he actually, the objectives are something is a process, a series of processes that are very common in Scientology. It's also called the SRD, or the survival rundown. You do it with another person, but where you audit them and then they audit you and then you audit them and then they audit you. But he doesn't like having to audit the other person. So he just said, fuck that. I'm just going to pay to go, have just be what's called one-way flowed, which is to skip that whole process, and you just pay a little more, and you'll have somebody just do it to you. It is only them who got into Scientology. I was a second generation Scientologist, so it's just Karen Berg interested in the cult, pressuring the entire family to just follow through. Here. I am not in the office much because I was fired from executive council. She was so unhelpful working for her husband that they fired her. It was hitting my relationship pretty hard. But it's best if I'm not in there. I think I tend to cover some holes since I'm not really an opinion leader for Eric. So instead, she can't really outwardly influence him. He doesn't listen to her. So what she does is she goes underneath. Successful action equals surround him with other successful people or people more trained than he. More trained is exclusively referring to Scientology. She is essentially... I'm getting the feeling your mom is more of the driving force in their relationship. She is like the Russian spy here. She's like the secret, like she's moving all of these mountains around him because he doesn't respect her opinion. He doesn't think that, he probably does now because she like beat him into submission with this whole Scientology thing, and she got him. She put him in this environment where he received a lot of admiration from other Scientologists. So I think that's probably fair to say. He thinks that he has more agency than I think he does, but that's also, I think, why he's so whipped now. He aging rapidly, dog. Awkward sitting around the dinner table when you've just been fired. Exactly. She loves the money though. She's complaining because he's working too hard. She's messed up with his FSM commissions. She loves the money apparently though. What's up with that? Well, she can give the money to Scientology. The admiration that she wants from Scientology comes from her involvement in improving Scientology. So improving Scientology is very hard because Scientology is so unworkable that just applying it is sometimes not enough. But what she found out when she was able to get him to pay more money and to donate more money, this was a cheat code. This is a shortcut for her. The dopamine right to the skull, right to the gullet, because shocker, Scientology loves money, and they love people who give them money. And once this became, I think around the time the influencer economy kind of boomed on YouTube, and he kind of saw that as a more responsive, I guess you could say, income source. It was a better funnel for him to just say a couple helpful things on YouTube, and then for like the lowest common denominator, and then like everyone just kind of pools in and gives him the money. Like as that boomed and as the ad revenue increased, he had already been on YouTube for like 8 years. So just making small little videos. So this became, there was finally good money coming from that. And then he could sell the products, and then he could afford more Scientology, and then my mom could spend more money on Scientology. And then it boomed even more when he came up with his own like enclosed systems, and he decided, if he discovered, I guess, a way of talking to people that ensured more consistent agreement. And he also attacked a lot of his critics, socially, not physically. But it was all sort of like an amalgamation of different individual processes that led to him becoming an opinion leader. I'm sure he feels very conflicted now. But they, I'm sure, have wrapped their little fingers around him, just like my mom wanted. And, had it... it worked for her, because now she has millions of dollars in disposable income and assets, and she feels very powerful. She has very... sometimes I noticed that she had this way of talking of like this like blind entitlement. Very, very scary, but I just thought that's how moms were, But seeing it from the outside, it's like, Karen, you might want to chill out, Care Bear. With the fight for control here, it must have been like growing up in BattleBots arena. Yeah, that's a fair thing to say. If, say, your dad for some reason couldn't make money anymore, do you think your mom would ditch him? Yeah, because Scientology wouldn't care as much about him. He would dig deeper into the grift arena. He would dig deeper into the into like alternative ways to kind of like scam or whatever. The lifestyle bar has been raised. So I don't think that they would last very long if Scientology stops treating him like a god or like a reincarnation of LRH or anything like that for the medical world or the health guru world. You know what I mean? just like that, he was gone. Yes, your mom, Karen, is like your dad, Eric, if I am not wrong, an OT8 too. So I bet she feels like an upper being. Yes, supreme being. Superior is the more precise word. She feels superior to most people. And if you get to know her really well, she feels like her, for some reason, because this completely conflicts how you're able to be racist and a Scientologist at the same time, is a nuance that causes a lot of strain in my understanding. But she feels that she is superior for more than spiritual reasons, if you get my drift. I used to work with plenty of Mormons, and they give me similar vibes as a Scientologist. Scientology definitely seems way worse, though. Scientology is worse in the short term because you're not believing in something that isn't there. You're not believing in God. You believe that you have tangible materials or technology to solve your problems, but you do not. So you're doing stuff. You're like, you believe that X, like if I apply A to B, I'm going to get C. And it's usually you get, like, sometimes you get C, but most of the times you get like F or G or 9 or an elephant or, and you're like, oh, well, I just didn't do it right. So I'm going to do more Scientology to correct myself until I get this expected return. Very bizarre cycle. But yeah, I'd say Mormonism and more conventional theistic religions are create more damage in the long term because your God is such a ambiguous subject. Belief is a lot more ethereal when you're surrendering yourself to a higher being that you picture in your brain, as opposed to you surrender yourself to a group that you believe there's like a give and take between, But there's something to be said about their similarities, because ultimately Scientology is a faith-based religion. You're just putting your faith in a system of processes, as opposed to in a God or an almighty force. You like redefine your lore in the universe, but you don't, like, eventually in Scientology you're expected to give up your God and give up your religion. I don't see any problem with believing in a higher power, but it's like what you do on behalf of that mindset, and what you decide to consider on behalf of that mindset. Like, others are worse than I am because of my mindset. Then you're in a cult, I believe. If you use it as a weapon, you're in a cult. But Mormons actually learned a thing or two about from Scientology, because they have disfellowshipping now. They didn't used to have that, but they saw it worked so much for Scientology. They were like, "Hey, it's that Leo meme that, hey, what's that? We want that. What is that? Declaring an SP? We want that. We're taking that." And and I've known a lot of ex-Mormons, and it's like ruined their lives. I mean, they grow on, they go on. It ruined their life as they knew it. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. See if I missed anything here. There was some confusion on trafficking. Is it sex trafficking? Or I'm sure there's some like instances of sex trafficking. I wouldn't say it's like a institutional thing in Scientology. Labor trafficking is so much easier. And they're talking about Tom Cruise's wives. That was like a a single, that was like an effort that David Miscavige did. He like picked out people to date Tom Cruise, but they had to vet them, and they had to, you know, do sec checks on them. They had to approve dates for Tom because he's so fucking paranoid. You know, you have to be paranoid as a Scientologist because the SPs are out there. Disfellowshipping is brutal. Yeah, I've heard. Curious, did Scientology ever do the door knocking campaigns around neighborhoods? No, because you there's no one book you can hand someone. They have they do the mail blasts, email blasts. They have the DVDs, the free. What is Scientology DVDs? These like tightly packed propaganda videos that they put on a DVD. It's just all the basic light shit. And they send those out. They, you can mail them to your friends, or you can hand them out in some instances. And it does the talking for you. But they don't have, most Scientologists don't have like a broad enough understanding of the whole picture. Despite, like, they're told to say certain things, like when you sell Dianetics books, that's like it's a script. You're on a script. But that's just, you wait for people to come to you. You don't want to seem too aggressive. There's like a whole manipulation training. The personality tests, exactly. You wait for them to come to you. Because that's easier. You're putting the net in open water, and if it's a big enough net, you're just waiting for a fish to get caught in. Did Scientology? Did you ever get any news about the police cam footage you requested? I was actually. That's interesting you say that, because I'm not a Virginia resident, I was not able to get that police cam footage. Because it's a Virginia. Let me. Let me find it. Alexandria City. Y'all want the details? I need somebody who's a resident of Virginia to get it. So maybe if somebody who's a resident of Virginia wants to reach out to me, they can put in the request. I can give them the details of what to look for. But they denied me because I wasn't a resident of Virginia. It's really fucking stupid. Samantha, if you want to reach out to me, I'm trying to get body cam footage from when my dad was banging on my door. The first time I released the video, my first TikTok about my dad being a Scientologist, he drove 4 hours to my house and was banging on my door. And for like an hour, and one of my neighbors called the police, and I don't live at that address anymore, so I don't really care if I tell you, but they talked to him and they talked to me, and they had to tell him to leave, basically, because he was just trying to bust his way in. I'm almost positive that if he came in the house, he would have thrown hands. So if you want to reach out to me on Instagram, Samantha, we might be able to set that up. Or if you just want to email me. Yeah, it happened in Virginia. It happened in Alexandria. I have like down to the minute it was happening, because but they denied me. I'm not sure why. Cops. Usual pigs. Just email me at rafalcocontact@gmail.com. all one, no spaces, you know. Okay. For argument's sake, would you contact... I'm going to say if you would contact your parents, say you go back to Scientology, but under one condition, that they have to pay off your debt with all of these courses and other debts and pay for your future courses, would they do that since you aren't OT8 yet? Would they finally be proud of you? I understand. It's a morbid curiosity. I don't take offense to the question, although it's the assumption in the questions is that I would want to go back. I don't. Scientology is horribly unworkable. Despite all this, despite how awful Scientology treated me and how awful my life was in Scientology and how useless Scientology is as a belief system, the very simple answer is they would never be proud of me, okay? Because what that would entail, when people go back to Scientology after speaking out against it, like Marty Rathbun did, he was a guy who was treated like shit constantly. I mean, he blew Scientology. He left Scientology a bunch of times. But he, essentially, what would happen is I would have to make up some, press release or some story. I'd have to delete everything that I've ever made and then make up some story about how I was actually lying for XYZ reason. I would be in these ethics cycles for years, probably. Literally this manipulative, you have to tell people you were lying and you have to we will write you this script on how you need to respond, and we'll film you in our little setup, and David Miscavige will write every fucking word you say, and oh God. On top of how shitty it was to be there, I could not imagine a worse hell than to return there. I feel incredible not being in that hellhole anymore. I just hope that they wake up and realize that Scientology isn't workable, period. And they can join me and then ask me for forgiveness. How about that? Because trust me, he's going downhill. His business is suffering significantly just by the association of Scientology. He would be incredible outside of Scientology, using common sense, maybe getting a practical degree that he can use to back up his claims, refreshing his understanding on how the world works. Hell, he could even grift, light grifting, selling crystals or, going back to chiropractic, something that's at least an honest living, not grifting thousands of people and converting your staff into a cult. So they, from their perception of pride, I have already destroyed the family name within the realm of Scientology. Would you have any tips for people out there who have to deal with Scientology PI and harassment? I don't know about the PI, because if a PI came after me, I'm slashing his tires, popping his window, yanking him out of the car, farting on his face, and dunking on his ass. I mean, PIs who work for Scientology are the lowest, most depraved individuals. You got to have some kind of standard. And if you're working for David Miscavige, you're a piece of shit. So, As far as like online harassment, know that they're literally a group. I mean, they're a group of people who are so afraid of losing the image of fear that they instill. They want you to be afraid of them, because if you're afraid of them, then you're not going to talk badly about them. But they do that by lying and by making up stories and by making idle threats. They have no power. No one gives a fuck about Scientology. Like, no, you're not going to lose your job. I mean, some people do because they're like they're still afraid of Scientology. But like Scientology can't get you. Like, most people know and understand that Scientology is full of shit and that they're just a weird, zealous business cult. So it's like it's very weird. So like, understand that they're throwing things at you. If they're targeting you, you are a threat to them. Keep doing what you're doing. I have some people, I'm pretty sure, it's hard to say whether or not they were Scientologists, although they all have the same email provider. Some people trying to scam me by like going into my email and offering me sponsorships, or like, just click this link, or just do this, or just, let's work together. We'll give you money per video. I don't know if that's like a common YouTube scam or if it's getting fair gamed, or if they're trying to find out my identity. I guess they've never heard of a VPN before. Yeah, they're not good at it. And every time they try to fair game me on my Twitter, I embarrass them into blocking me. Which is pretty fun. I enjoy that. I enjoy that quite a bit. Because they can't harm people who truly don't give a fuck. And like, because they have no legs to stand on. They are a nonsense cult that wants to prey on people. They report to nonsense technology that reports to a tiny angry man sitting on a throne who is driving this cult into the ground. So the internet has not been their friend, thankfully. Do you have a freeloader debt? Yeah, it's like $70K. I'd say roughly 50 to 75, because I did like 30 plus courses, all like $25,000 or $2,500 plus. It's hard to say. They never gave me the bill. Horrible to share your mother's private personal info. What about it's private? She sent it somewhere else. She gave it to me. She handed it right to me. And it's her, like, it's not her banking information. It's not her address. It's not her, I'm not doxing her. I'm just simply enlightening, using a case example of a sociopathic, malignant narcissist who happened to raise me. If she wants to come out and defend the things that I've said, she is more than able to. She can say all the slanderous things she wants about me and what I'm doing and yada, 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 But she'd have to admit that Dr. Berg is a Scientologist. She'd have to admit her involvement. They can sit down as a family and be like, oh, from a very young age, he was a problem. And but then they'd know that if they had doubts about Scientology, that same thing would happen to them. You see, anyone they know can say that same thing about them the second they have a critical thought about Scientology. Or have one too many critical thoughts, It's way more, like, the nuances are infinitely crazy, but it's nowhere near as primitively simple as sharing my mother's private information. As do I have a hate website? I haven't checked in a while. I think someone would have told me. No. They probably bought the rights, though. I tried whoisianrafalco.com, because that's usually what they do. IanRafalco.com, nope. Nobody. But I don't really need a website, so I'm not going to buy that. It also proved my point. It would also show, it would prove to my dad everything bad that people say about Scientology. They might be building one. I don't know. And and another reason they don't send PIs after me is my schedule is too unpredictable. They just like wouldn't know when to send them out, you know. I expect at some point when I'm out in a public area where where I'm expected to be, maybe they would know, like they would send somebody like an OSA plant or somebody just somebody pretending to be a subscriber or something. I mean, I can't imagine where that would be. I mean, my first TikTok got like over 7 million views, which I thought was pretty cool, but I've never even reached that since. So I'm not like a hey, you're that guy on the street thing. I've never gotten that. Gotta try harder then, yeah, honestly. That egg donor did not deserve you. Her first name is appropriate. You know, my mom thinks that the term Karen is racist because she is a Karen and her name is Karen. So she just can't handle it. It's just like so beyond her. I would have loved to end at 4:20, but it's 4:22, 4 minutes and 22 seconds, 4 hours and 22 minutes. Good Lord. I got that wrong. But yeah, I mean, I'm open to having a conversation. They can have their one-sided arguments all they want, but it doesn't help them do what they want to do. If they found you, what would they do? They would catch these hands is exactly what they would do. Because I'm not a violent person, but you know, I would never seek to start a fight. But if you want to fight me or get in my face or take things from me, that's your decision. I will react how I feel is appropriate within the bounds of the law. I have less reservations. You know, Scientology fights very dirty. So, and I was raised by Scientologists. So do your own, deductions from there. Yeah, if you're ever worried, if you ever want to come out against Scientology or come out against your cult, just understand how coercive control works, how you've been manipulated, and just fight that brand of manipulation. Just stick to what you understand. Stick to what you know. Stick to what you have experience with. Broaden your education from there. You know, set boundaries. Give yourself room to heal. You know? So would they try and kidnap you? I doubt it. I highly doubt it. I would love to see them try. It's not even within a realm of like possibility, I think. But no, they couldn't if they wanted to. Alrighty. Well, it's been fun. I appreciate y'all for stopping by. I'm gonna eat some dinner and hang out. I also gotta cut some clips from this and the past live. And yeah, I'll do another live later this week. I think what's another day? Well, Monday is rough. Maybe I'll do Thursday. If I can't make I have a few videos that that I have written up, but I haven't filmed them yet. But yeah, I had fun. I always have fun with these things. My voice is usually a little sore afterwards, but it's ain't nothing but a thing. But I appreciate all of you. I appreciate all the super chats. I appreciate all the stickers and all the questions. And I hope y'all have a wonderful whatever time of day it is where you are. And yeah. Yeah, I'll post on Twitter or on my social media or whatever when my live is back up. But I'm going to put a piece of that live on YouTube tonight just so I can have something. You know, just the best parts. All right, guys. Talk to you later. Let me play myself out.